Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Hari Krishna Pentala from India.
Hello everyone, I am Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course me don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle. King on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oui. Oui. Merde! 3. Patience. And here people will speak bullshit. You need to prepare. And look at this. The egg pawn is running like Alan Prost. 4. Fast development of your pieces is the key to success. And here you don't care about the pieces. A6, H6, G5, H5, G4. Go for the dot pieces. And most importantly, never retreat your developed units. Yeah, bastards are going to tell you this unfunny joke that we French people, we only retreat, but it's not retreat, it's counterattack.
On fait la fête en chantant.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, this d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just come on. Literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. All right? Jesus Christ.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Chess 24. This is the penultimate tournament of a season-long tour. We have seen such dramatic action on the board, off the board, and we are inching towards the finish line here at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Once again, we've got 16 of the top grandmasters from across the world, a fresh mix, an exciting mix comprising of the established elite with some sensational prodigies, fighting it out at the Aimchess Rapid. We're going to be talking about the field, about all that we're going to be looking out for in this event, as well as the format. But before that, let's welcome our special guest for today, our chess expert, dear friend of mine. Let's bring him on. Grandmaster Srinath is joining us today. Sri, welcome.
Hi, Tanya. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
See, I have to ask you, I mean, how are we matching today? How did this even happen?
I don't know. Maybe it could be that there are just so many Indians playing in this event, Tanya. It is an Aimchess Rapid, but it almost feels like an Indian special. Out of 16 players, there are 5 Indians, and India usually wears the blue jersey. So
that's interesting. That's a good pick. It's actually chat, as we can see from our players list, our roster of the tournament, that we've got 5 Indian players in this tournament. And it is true that the sporting color of our country is often blue. So here we are. It is going to be an exciting day of chess. Let me pull up our chat as well. How is everyone doing? A big welcome to all of you joining us on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Chess 24. Let's take a look, chat, at our roster for the Aimchess Rapid. Let's bring that up. And there we've got it. We have the world champion joining us one more time, Magnus Carlsen, who has been on a roll throughout the tour, also winning the previous Generation Cup. He is back for the Aimchess Rapid along with Polish #1 Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We've got Vincent Kema, Peter Leko's prodigy from Germany, who had quite a run at the Generation Cup, finally being knocked out in the semifinals. Going to be an exciting one to see him back in this. We've got Anish Giri, fan favorite, crowd favorite, Richard Drapo, Arjun Aragasi. He qualified for the finals of the Generation Cup, and that was a one-sided show by Magnus Carlsen. We've got Shock attacking the tournament, David Anton, and then Hari Krishna joins us, the world rapid champion Nordibek Abdusattarov, Vidit Gujarati back on the tour, Niels Grandelis. We've got Eric Hansen, pro streamer, #2 player from Canada. Correct me, chat, if I'm wrong on that. Daniel Naroditsky, commentator, super strong grandmaster, streamer. We've got Gukesh, the sensation, the 17-year-old sensation, especially after his breakout performance at the Olympiad. And we've got the winner of the Indian Chess Tour, the previous leg of the Indian Chess Tour, Aditya Mittal. Sri, what do you make of this quite a fun mix of players?
It's an incredibly strong field, Tanya. It's super exciting. Just like the Generations Cup, we have a good mix of youngsters and some of the best players in the world. I think in recent times, people have been wondering if in recent times, it's been more like, Magnus is #1 and who's going to be #2. That's how the whole tour has been. But it's not going to be easy even for Magnus to keep it going. And it's going to be exciting to see who's going to challenge Magnus this time. I think that's going to be the first question today. And Magnus once again playing against Vincent Kiemer, and not the most difficult opponents for him today. But yeah, I think that's going to be the first question. Who's going to challenge Magnus? And some of the top names, aside from the seasoned favorites out there, Arjun came to the finals last time. And there is also Abdus Saturo, who won the World Rapid Championship last year.
Yeah, he is the reigning World Rapid Champion. And I think very big question about Magnus, not only from this event point of view, but Chad, get this. He's been on fire. And he potentially could win the entire tour, wrapping it up in this event itself. Let's take a look at the tour standings. He's currently on the #1 spot. And what I'm being told is that he needs to win $14,000 in this event, a little over $14,000 in this event. It's a $150,000 Aimchess Rapid. So with a few couple critical wins, he could wrap up tour victory. Essentially how it works is the player with the most money wins more money in the final event. So right now, looking at our feed, he's got 180,000 in earnings. Kind of tough to catch that one.
Absolutely. I think he's pretty much through, and Prague taking a bit of break there, choosing to play on over the board chess for a change. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of our chat is asking, why is Prague not in this event? He has been so on form in the Champions Chess Tour. Of course, we're going to miss him, but he is playing over the board. He's in fact in Norway currently at the Fagernes Open. So that's where he is, but he will be joining for the tour final. Super excited for that one as well. Let's bring up our field one more time, because I was looking at it. And one interesting thing, a lot of our chat is saying that, why are there not more number of top players here? The one thing about the Champions Chess Tour that makes it so exciting is that it's always new faces, fresh faces. We've got these youngsters who make it a bloody decisive fight because they're so ambitious with their play. And that's what makes the event so exciting. We've got the established elite along with this massive upcoming talent. And that's our field. And looking at it, I want to ask you one question now. Sri, what if instead of the Aimchess Rapid, right? If this was the Aimchess Boxing Rapid, who would be your two favorite picks to take into the final for a chess boxing match? I'm asking that because chess boxing is all over the news. Okay, you kind of caught me off guard there. I just totally didn't see that coming. Talking about chess boxing, I was very recently talking about this with Arjun as well. And on how would it be if he played in an actual chess boxing match? Sam, I can't imagine Arjun in a chess boxing match. Chat, I'm trying to visualize it. It would be hard to get that visual in my head right now. I know, I'm just wondering how would that actually be if Arjun would still be the same smiling, expressionless Iceman in a boxing ring as well. I highly doubt it. But yeah, I think it's probably unlikely to be one of these Indian juniors if it's going to be chess boxing. Amazing chess players, but none of them are likely to set the ring on fire if they are in a boxing match. I think Magnus would still make it as one of the players. Really? That's interesting. No, I completely agree with you on the Indian youngsters. It's easy to kind of pick them as a favorite to make it to the knockouts, at least the knockout stages in this event. But with chess boxing, they're just so sweet and non-violent kids. It's just hard to imagine them blowing actual in-ring punches. I think if I had to pick a player out of this to bet my money on for chess boxing, chat, I would pick Shark Attack. I feel like he would be a solid pick. Makes a lot of sense. Although we really lack data here, so we might actually need to have a proper chess boxing tournament. Just for fun. Speaking of data, we might not have aim chess boxing data, but we've got some really cool aim chess data. The whole idea of aim chess is to actually help you improve by collecting data from your own games to see where you can get better, stronger, what are your mistakes, what are your strengths, and it's all based on AI sort of analyzing your games and then creating a training program. So while we lack data on chess boxing, we've got quite a bit on chess.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've tried a bit of Aimchess as well, and it's really interesting. I've been able to use it sometimes just to check some of my openings which I've played online, and it gives me this ready-made kind of list on the mistakes I've made and a trainer in which I can improve the mistakes I've made in the games.
Well, the players need to make sure not too many of those happen, because the field that we've got, there is no margin for error. And there we have it. 16 of our players, Eric Hansen, still missing from the camera, will be joining us. This is a fantastic view. Take a look at this chat. These are the 16 grandmasters who will be fighting it out in the preliminaries to make it to the knockout stages, the quarterfinals. The format of the event is, as we've seen, I just saw Vidit yawning. That's not a great sign, by the way. The format of the event is it's all about making it to the top 8 before the knockout section. It will be 15 games in the preliminaries to fight for those top 8 places. Each plays each, a round robin format, and 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. What do you think? What do you make of the players, the body language? Why are Arjun and Vidit looking so sleepy?
It's 9:30 in India, Tania, and I can explain why Vidit is sleepy. But I don't know why Arjun is sleepy, because this is way, way away from his bedtime. Just back from ECC, and I'm also sleeping at something like 4 a.m. every day. So I don't even need to ask about Arjun. Meanwhile, I think we do have kickoff of some of the games here.
Well, we will get to that really soon. By the way, I said Eric Hansen was the only one missing. I also see Magnus is yet to switch on his camera. And Vijay is saying predictions for the first round, please. Great question. We see our pairings on the bottom right of the screen. We've got Duda taking on Anish Giri. Shark against Magnus. That is a hot matchup. Starting from the word go in this event, we've got Eric with Daniel Naroditsky, 2 streamers, 2 commentators facing each other. We've got Vincent with Brandelis. Aditya Mittal takes on Nodebek, while Richard Rappo will play against Hari Krishna. David Anton versus Gukesh. Arjun versus Vidit, an all-India clash there. I'm going to start with this one for our chat. Let's have this poll running while we take an opening tour as well. What do you guys think between Arjun and Vidit? These 2 players are amongst the very, very best in the country. Vidit with a phenomenal performance in the recently concluded European Club Cup. And of course, Arjun, you can just never underestimate the youngster chat. What do you think? Who's a favorite in this one? And look at that opening. A certain beast would be proud.
Oh my God. Did Arjun actually do this?
Did Arjun actually do this? To Srinath is the question. For those of you who don't know, Sri is actually a mentor, a trainer for Arjun for several years now. And Sri, we know about your contempt for B3 pretty much at any point. And of course, the love for Catalan. And is Arjun trolling you right now?
I can certainly imagine, Tania. I'm glad that we didn't start out with this game, because I'm happy that I didn't have to see that sly smile on his face when he actually did that. But B3 coming out of the blue, it can be explained, I think, in a certain way that Arjun and Vidit actually spent a lot of time interacting with each other in the pre-Olympiad training camp, and since then they spent quite a bit of time interacting with chess. The pre-Olympiad training camp, the actual Olympiad, they were both in the India 1 team. So Arjun might have potentially thought, okay, if I play the main lines, he knows a lot of my repertoire. I know a lot of his as well, but you never know what he's been doing in the last 2 months. So what's the one variation I can go for, which no one takes seriously, and including with it. And probably that's what he went for, the 1 B3 line.
I love how you put in the one variation which no one takes seriously, Sri. Those were some shots fired by you. Waiting for Adiban's tweet on that. But completely agree with you that when you've been teammates and when you know each other's repertoire so well, and especially in this format, you want to be the first one to spring up a surprise. And it is also unsettling for Vidit to face this opening with all this psychology around playing against Eric Agassi in the first round. It's not going to be easy to handle. We'll see how this one develops. Chat, keep the poll running. Let's see who is a favorite, especially if that changes after 1v3. Let's keep up with our opening tour and let's take a look at Magnus versus Shaq. Do we have moves there?
Oh, yes,
wow.
absolutely.
What is that, Sri?
It started from the Queen C2 Nimzo, Tania. D4, Knight F6, C4, E6. Now Knight C3, the Nimzo Indian, Bishop B4. Queen C2, a variation with the reputation of, it's a pretty peaceful opening, you know. And white usually has a very solid position out of Queen C2. Black has two main moves here, short castle and D5. Magnus went for D5 here because short castle allows white to play the pawn to E4. And after D5, C takes D5. Black can either take with the queen or with the pawn. And taking with the pawn, it can lead to some of these very sharp, very interesting positions, especially this line with bishop G5 here. It invites black to play H6 and G5. It pins the queen, but black gets out of it pretty quickly. H6, bishop H4, inserting knight C6 in between to attack the D4 pawn, E3, and now G5. This variation has been around for a few years now. I remember this was, first time I saw this was Nihal with the white side against Swane. And after bishop G3, H5, these variations, these positions get quite wild for both the sides. It's not the threat of a bishop trap immediately because the bishop does have the E5 square. So white can continue with bishop B5, white can continue with knight F3 here, or just stop the H pawn with H4. But it's more to do with, I think, the control of the center, the knight coming to E4, and the control of the center rather than something immediate against white's king or the bishop.
Very interesting dynamics here. And of course, now I see that Magnus has gone into a bit of a think here. H5 was the last move, right?
Yeah, H5 and now H3 played by...
And this is interesting because what happens when you play a move like H3 or H4 is that it allows knight E4 to come in, hit that bishop on G3, and you'd have to sort of lose another tempo. You can't imagine, for example, going bishop D3 would be a bad idea. Knight G3, F G3 is a pawn structure that you definitely never want. This is a nightmare. So after knight E4, black actually ends up winning a tempo, forcing the white bishop to retreat to H2. And I'm expecting Magnus to play this move. We'll see how this one develops, but definitely fire on board here in the Shark against Magnus matchup. Let's take a look at what our two pro streamers, pro commentators are doing. It's Eric taking on Daniel Naroditsky. What's the update on that?
Eric against Naroditsky, it started with 1 E4, E5 and the Rilopus. And I think the one thing that you can count on with Dania is that he's probably going to not play the main lines. He's going to come up with something interesting, offbeat, something like the King's Indian. And in this case, he went for 3 G6 in Rilopus. Not something you would see with a lot of games here, Tania. This opening, bishop b5, g6 out here. But in recent times, the Rilopus does offer black a number of interesting ways to play. Knight e7 being one of them. You can start with g6. You can start with a6, bishop a4 and do these same things, knight e7, g6, bishop c5. So it's not just the classical main lines and Berlin anymore. There are a lot of interesting options and you have to keep updating them. A lot of new things in recent times, but the one annoying line against g6, which is like super solid, doesn't give black the usual fighting lines, is the line with d4. So if someone surprises you with 3 g6 in the Rilopus, you can go d4, not these lines with c3 and d4, but d4 directly. And after e takes d4, go bishop g5 right away. This forces black to play bishop e7, the only move. And after bishop e7 takes takes, bishop into c6, d takes c6, queen into d4. We have this kind of position where white has given up the bishop, but black's pawn structure is always going to be slightly worse, and white can just keep this slight edge, just something very slight. And it's not easy for black to get that kind of counterplay that black usually gets in these setups. Knight f6, knight c3. Just quickly going to the present position. Bishop g4, developing the bishop. The knight moves away. c5, attacking the queen so that black can castle long. The queen was on d4, preventing that from happening. So just pushing the queen away, castling long. White wants to do the same, keep the position solid. So evicting the bishop from g4 and castling long himself. b6, just keeping things solid out here. And after knight f3, a pair of rooks traded, but just one pair of rooks. White wants to keep the other one going. So there is still some something left in the position. Too much trade, it just gets liquidated too much. Although black's pawn structure is just a slight bit worse, I think it doesn't have a lot of bearing in the present position. It should be compensated by black's activity, and it's just not easy for white to create a pass pawn, which is one of the important advantages of having an extra pawn.
I don't know, Sri. I'm kind of liking white's position here. Take a look at the clock situation as well, a slight advantage there. And once again, as you pointed out, the pawn structure, essentially, it almost seems as if white has got an extra pawn. And as long as that extra pair of rooks is alive, definitely the position still has a bit of venom for black. You've got these ideas of e5. Of course, it has to be timed really well. Also, always watch out. After e5, once the knight moves, queen h6 could slyly target the h7 pawn. It all needs to be timed really well, but in general, a lot more pleasant for white to play than it is for black. Black just needs to keep on the watch and sort of slowly wait to see if everything can be kept under control. It's the kind of position where white is playing for two results, and that's always very pleasant. I don't know if white wants to hurry with e5. Moves like queen f4 or queen g5 come into mind. Threatening e5, always in the air. I'm liking Eric here.
Kind of divided opinions there. I think black doesn't have a lot to worry, but I can't disagree with you too much either. It does feel risk-free for white, which is the USP of this variation against 3g6.
Absolutely. Well, if we've got divided opinion, you know what that means. We have to ask the chat what they feel about the situation. I know that we have one poll running, and I wonder what's the result of that. Is it team with it? Is it team Arjun? And it turns out it's very, very even here. 53% for Arjun, 25% saying the game will end in a draw, 21% to with it. I also want to find out, chat, what do you think about the two streamers, commentator facing each other? It's really a big event for both of them. I like Eric's position. Sri says Daniel's doing absolutely fine. Chat, tell us what you think. And we're also being informed that there has been a big update on the Shark board. Let's quickly jump over to Shark Magnus. Has Shark missed something? Look at that. Sri, should we take it from where we left?
Sure, Tanya. We left at around this point where white had played h3 in the style of London defense, keeping the h2 square for the bishop. Knight e4 played as expected, bishop to h2. And here Magnus just continued logically. Queen to e7, preparing long castle, also strengthening the e4 point. Bishop b5 played by Shaq. And now bishop to f5, developing the bishop, threatening discovered attacks against the queen, forcing white to move this queen away. And apparently, according to the evaluation bar, seems like something has gone seriously wrong for white right away. Although it's not easy to understand what is going on. And this has been one of the features of this variation, this line for a long time. You have this amazing number of engine-generated variations, but it's just not easy to understand and evaluate. As such, I think there will be a lot of fluctuations in the evaluation as far as this game is concerned, even with the best players in the world, because it is 15+10, and the position is not straightforward for either white nor black. For white, I think it's simple. He wants to go knight a2 and castle long. Castle short in the coming moves. And
yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how much of an advantage our eval bar is giving in this position to black, but completely agree with you that it is not the kind of position that you can trust the bar too much. And I think we're going to try to fix our screen very soon. Queen c1 on the board. It's really difficult to imagine why black is so much better. And not just for us, as we can see, Magnus has gone into a bit of a think about. First question for him is, of course, where does the king belong? Do you want to go short castle after you've gone g5, h5? Do you want to keep it in the center? Do you want to go long castle? And Magnus says, you know what? I'll think about the king later, but what I need to do right now is to make sure that white doesn't have the ability to ruin the pawn structure by grabbing on c6. So rook h6, a nice touch there by the world champion, making sure that if bishop c6 is played, black is able to capture with the rook instead of the pawn. So nicely done before going long castle. Knight e2, long castle, and we still see it's slightly better for black, but not as much as before, which just goes on to show, Sri, that you were absolutely on point, that you just can't trust the eval bar in such situations.
Absolutely. What Magnus played, the last two moves, I think, Tania, is the most logical moves. Rook to h6 and castle long. And already the evaluation bar has come down a bit. But what else would you have played with black? I really don't see. And for white also, it's quite logical to try and castle short here, but that just runs into something very dangerous. Black already has these pawns on h5 and g5, h4 coming up, g4 coming up. So I can understand why this position is more dangerous for white. He's just not able to get his pieces out. It's important to castle in order to get this coordination going between the pieces. And yeah, he's gone for it. He's gone for castle, but this is like jumping right into the fire. And Magnus goes for it right away, g4, trying to open the g file, because h4 would be met by queen takes h4. So it's not an option right now. It doesn't look easy for white to find a defense here.
Yeah, and you're saying walking into fire, and Magnus lighting it up immediately with a move like g4, and definitely very difficult to answer. Also for a player like Shak, right, who likes to be on the side which is bringing on the attack. And here he has to be extremely careful with, no attack inside towards the black king, while the white king on the king side is already facing a lot of trouble. G takes h3 is a huge threat. You never want to take hg4 because that just opens up the h file. I don't think you can survive for too long after hg4, queen h4 coming in. h4 is not an option. And I'm just wondering, does Shak have the move bishop to f4? Trying to at least get the bishop out of, this horrible square on h2, hitting that rook on h6. I still don't know if it helps much. You've got rook g. He's gone for h4. So he didn't like something about bishop f4. Instead says that I'm giving up this pawn, and I think this is desperation. Magnus just gobbles it up.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same thing. I would have gone h4 because at least it stops the blood from flowing from the immediate future. And it's not going to be easy for black to advance this pawn on h5 because you have to move the queen away first, get the pawn down to h4, and it takes a bit of time. This will allow Shak to stabilize a bit, and I think it's a very sensible decision practically.
Maybe the only decision possible if you don't want to get checkmated very soon, but I have to say, to me, it just looks like white is in massive trouble. Black has an extra pawn and all the attack and the initiative. Of course, it is a lot to do with timing here, because if white is able to create something on the king side, but again, I'm trying to find ways of doing that. It just looks so far away. For me, I see the eval bar says that white has managed to stabilize the position a little bit, but it's still very terrifying for Shak.
Absolutely. Magnus still staying in the driver's seat as far as this game is concerned. But I think the worst is over. Maybe the worst is even yet to begin for White. It's a bit hard to say that the worst is yet to be over in just 20 moves.
That's a great question, Chad. What do you think? Is the worst over for Shaq, or is it just beginning? Knight G3 players are trying to trade off some of the pieces. Let's take a look at some possible lines here, Sri. It hits the bishop on f5. It hits the knight on e4. If you take knight g3, white might even consider capturing with the f pawn. You hit the queen, you open the f file, you're threatening bishop c7 at some point, hitting that bishop on f5. And suddenly, black has to handle some big threats here.
Absolutely. As black, I would really not want to get into this kind of a situation, Tania, because this pawn on g3, although it doesn't look pretty, it also prevents black from marching his pawns down with h4. So it's a pretty useful pawn to have for black, for white. And there are some immediate problems to solve with knight g3, because if you don't take knight takes g3, you have to probably then move the bishop or defend it. Moving the bishop, not a great option. It just loses the pawn right away. So the only option that remains is to maybe play something like queen f6 here, not minding losing the h5 pawn, which opens the h file anyway. And also make sure that this f takes g3 doesn't happen. But now maybe something like bishop into c6 is a problem, yeah?
And now you can't even take with the queen because the f5 bishop is hanging, and taking with b takes c6, well, at least we know that that is definite compensation. You can even take on f5, go knight a4, start hitting, maybe even go on knight a4, go a3, start creating some pressure on the king side as well. Well, chat says the worst is coming for Shaq. We're going to find out. We'll wait and see how Magnus responds to this. Definitely a very scary position. We're going to keep our eye out on this one. We haven't had an update on Gukesh's game. Let's take a look at that. It's David Anton versus Gukesh, and it's Gukesh's debut at the Champions Chess Tour. So he's definitely wanting to make a strong start here. Queen a6, but just looking at the position, I love white's pawn on h6, black's kingside pawns. Take a look at that. Looks like a lot of weakness to me with e6, f6, g6. It seems like Gukesh is on the defense and the task is not going to be easy.
Absolutely. Gukesh, but you know, Tania, Gukesh has been through so many such situations, and somehow he magically not just defends, but somehow he manages to turn around the game. And I think these two players faced off quite recently in an over-the-board classical game, the Spanish league, if I remember right. David was completely winning for most of the game, but in the end, it was Gukesh who managed to win that game. So Gukesh gets into these bad positions quite a lot. He usually sticks to his openings, which exposes him to preparation, and he does get into bad positions a lot. But I wouldn't count him out just because of that, just because of the evaluation at this point. And one of the best things about Gukesh is resourcefulness. He's incredibly resourceful. He manages to find something in situations where even the other top players wouldn't be able to find the same.
Absolutely agree with that. I think one of his standout qualities is just his ability to defend positions in a concrete as well as strategic ways. And we've often seen him have these big turnarounds. But I have to say, looking at it right now, it looks like he needs to turn this around as soon as possible. Knight d4 played, so e6 is a weakness. It almost feels at some point, black might need to start pushing that pawn to defend it. With rook e1 coming in, queen e3 coming in, e5 seems like a move that has to be played. And I'm just wondering if Gukesh does go e5 immediately, David Anton probably wants to get in with that knight to b5. And now I'm threatening knight c7, forking that queen and the rook. You don't have time to centralize your queen with e6. You still have a move like rook c8 here, defending against the threat of knight c7. And now ideas like doubling up on the d file come to mind. You know, rook d2, rook d1. Because if you trade on d2, let's just show this line. Rook takes d2, queen takes d2, rook c4, And I'm not sure if my calculation's fine, but this looks like queen d8 and knight d6 wins.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's way too dangerous to expose the last rank for Black, Tania, with the white pawn on h6. It's just out of the question. The rook on c8 can never move from c8 in the immediate future.
This is scary. I mean, imagine a move like knight f5 and then queen d7, Sri. You hit that rook, your knight is coming to d6. It's just so dangerous. You can even throw in a move like g4 before you go queen d7, hitting that knight. I have to say, it's looking like big trouble for Gukesh. Knight d4, rook e1. If you don't play e5, e6 is really weak. My pick right now would be David Anton.
I can't disagree with you from the objective point of view of the position, but knowing what I know about the players, I would never count Gukesh out. I would never do that mistake.
Interesting. All right. Well, we do have our votes coming in for the streamer battle with Tania at 61%. Every time, Sri, you say Tania, I hear Tania on the stream, so I get really confused. And with Eric at 38%. So despite us feeling that White was doing well, there are a lot of support and rooting for Daniel Naroditsky in that matchup. All right, let's get an update on the streamer battle as our poll results are coming in. Chat wants to know, what is the update on that game?
It looks like White has made some progress, Tania, from where we last left. I don't exactly remember where we last left, but I think it was sometime around here. And Eric just placed his knight on e5, threatening knight c6, forcing bishop d7, and cemented it with f4. Black was on the back foot throughout, the bishop going to e8. And after queen f2, Black played h5, weakening the g5 square. The knight cannot reach g5 because it's quite comfortable on e5, but the queen can. And Eric starting with knight f3, a really nice strategic move, improving the knight. But after bishop c6, going queen h4 anyway, creating the spin and threats of e5. Black defended with knight g8. Just coming back queen g3, knight f6, and queen g5. This is a really, really nice dance-off, yeah? You start with queen h4, force knight g8, and then you just get this queen to g5. Literally from f2, the queen went to g5 by this little strategic maneuver. Queen h4, knight g8, queen g3, knight f6, and now queen g5. I think very instructive.
Yeah, very nicely done. From queen to e3 to f2 to h4 to h3 to g5. That's some super maneuvering by Eric, and it's also very difficult for Black to respond to this. I'm looking at our player cameras. By the way, I love that library at the back with lots of books there. And Daniel's got this whole gamer vibe going on with his hoodie on. He's completely focused, cutting out any kind of distraction from around him. Look at that expression he's got going. And this is what I love about online chess as well, that very often these top players who are so guarded in over-the-board chess with their expressions, because there are people around. Sometimes in your own solitude in your room, you tend to forget, and then you can see those raw emotions come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Tania. And I also couldn't help but notice how much the cameras have improved since the start of the tour, and the player cameras, how much it has improved right now compared to how it was at the beginning. I would be quite intimidated if I was looking at Daniel like this. I would be...
He would be a big contender for a chess boxing match with this look.
Yeah, he seems ready-made out for it. But I'm not sure if Eric is paying attention to how Daniel looks right now, because he's been making all the progress, and now he makes another step forward with g4. The good thing for Black, despite not making much changes to his position, he's made some changes. The bishop did go from e6 all the way to b7. Despite that, Black's position continues to look quite solid.
All right, well, it looks like Eric's making a lot of progress, but will he be able to break through or not? We'll find out. Sri, let's head over to the Richard Hurry game. I've got that in front of me, a very interesting position, but what's caught my attention is that Hurry's down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Hari's down to 2 minutes, and there's a massive spike at the evaluation bar, Tania, which brings us to the basics. First of all, white is simply a pawn up. White has an extra pawn. So before we even explain the strategic aspects in this position, white is, it's clear why white is better here. Secondly, I don't think this e5 pawn is in any danger, even if white, let's say, plays something like bishop c5. Black can't capture the pawn on e5 right away. There is this threat of f4, the pin happening. So this is the first thing about this position. White is a pawn up. And secondly, as I keep mentioning, it's all about control. Chess is not a sport where, you just go directly and checkmate e4, bishop c5, queen f3. That happens only at the beginning. It's about the game of control. It's about accumulating these little strategic controls. And it's clear that with the pair of bishops, white is controlling the board. White has
controlling the board, Sri, just as Tad was informing us that white has this brilliant idea here to go queen c2, hit that knight on c4, and let's just explain the point of it. Black had a threat to capture on d6, but white says, I don't care because I take your pawn on c6. I will not take that knight. And after queen c6, the knight on d5 is hanging, the knight on d6 is hanging, and basically black's center falls apart, white wins the house, and this is big trouble for Hari Krishna. As Tad was pointing it out, Richard plays the move queen c2, and this could just be busted for black right now. Knight on c4 hanging. If you can't take the bishop, it's hard to see a move because knight b6, for example, if black goes knight b6 here, either of the knights, c6 is hanging anyway.
Right. It's possible to go knight a5, which defends the c6 pawn, which is what Hari Krishna just played. But now this just takes away the threat of knight takes d6. The knight goes further away to the corner from where it barely controls anything on the board. And I think white can just play something like h4 and bring the king to h2, bishop e3. In fact, he goes for f4 with the idea of f5. Also with similar ideas, white can take his time to break through, and black has no counter chance at all.
f4, f5 is super scary. I mean, I think if you allow f5, the game is just over, and black has to find a way to stop that. G6 comes to mind to at least delay the disastrous
Inevitable.
f5, and Hari goes for it. But this is big trouble for Hari Krishna with just 55 seconds on the clock, and the clock is not even his biggest problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe just bishop e4 here, and rook a1 also controlling any knight b7 related things. White really has a number of options, Tania.
Yeah, all the trumps on the board. Rook b1, just cutting off that knight on a5. And I think we can safely say that Richard looks like he is on his way of scoring a win. But we've, of course, seen big turnarounds in this format. You can never really write it off, but Hari is in big trouble. Let's quickly take a look at Anisha's board. We haven't had a look at that one.
Yeah, which is quite unfair because it started with the Catalan.
You should have insisted, Sri. It just completely, I swear it wasn't me having anything against the Catalan.
I wish I could believe that, Tania, but sure, I'll let that slide because Catalan is an opening which we'll likely see every game, unlike some other openings in this tournament. But it doesn't look like Anish has a lot to worry here. Once again, equal pawns. The pawn on a6 standing out. It's not easy to get this pawn to a5, a4, a3 just yet, especially after rook a1. Rook a8 is, I think, likely to follow. But white is also not going to be able to just keep this position forever. So black can continue with rook c8. And it's clear that I think white is under more pressure.
All right, a lot of pressure here for white. Let's go back to the Magnus board. We'll come back. We'll still have a lot of time here. The Shakhriyar Magnus board, which was heating up, What is the position? And it's a completely crazy middle game. Take a look at that, the pawn structure that white has got. A3, B4, D4, E3, G3, H4. We've got 3 pawn islands, all pawns on the dark square. The bishop on F4, a very strong one. Magnus immediately challenging it. Magnus's own pawn structure, very questionable with that C6, C7 pawn. But here I do feel we had this question of the worst being over, or is the worst coming? It does look like Shak has got a game on his hand, and it doesn't look so bad for white anymore.
Yeah, I think we left at a point where he had managed to find a solution against black's attack. And in this particular position, the king side is completely closed off with the pawn on h4. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but I think apparently it turned around at this point. Just like we discussed, the attack on the f5, the f file opening, and when black played h4, Shak chose this moment to play bishop into c6, b takes c6. Black had to keep the f5 bishop protected, and now after bishop e5, queen g5, g takes h4. This really closed off the h file. I think the game turned around this point. I'm not quite sure why Magnus went queen g5 here as opposed to something like queen e6. This is a bit puzzling. But after queen g5, g takes h4, queen h5, maybe Magnus thought there is some bishop into h4 sacrifice incoming. But after g3, bishop d3, rook f2, white has all the entry points covered because bishop into h4, there is always the spin with rook h2. So black not able to force his entry out here. And a lot of action happening in the live position. So quickly going to that. Rook e6, bishop f4, bishop d6, the trade of the bishops, which will weaken these white pawns. And now forcing his way through to white's king with rook f6 through the f file, since the h file is closed. The bishop on d3 also being a very useful asset in providing that entry, preventing white from playing rook f1.
Very interesting stuff. And also, you know, one thing I noticed, Magnus is sitting and playing in a lot of darkness. This is not usual for him. We've seen him in the tournament throughout. I don't know what is going on, but definitely the position also requires a lot of light, as does where he is. Queen g6 played, rook f6 is the threat that you're pointing out. We will come back to this really quick and see how Shak reacts. I still like white's position quite a bit with these dark squares to play for. Maybe you can go queen f4, queen e5, put your knight on c5. Although I think if you go knight c5, I really like rook f6. So white needs to watch out for this threat of rook f6 that you were pointing out. It is a bit annoying. But let's quickly, before we go to this, take a look at Vincent's game, because Vincent, according to our rival bar, is crashing and crushing.
Looks like he's just winning a piece, Tania. And Vincent has these setups, you know, he has these setups with the white pieces, which is extremely solid. Doesn't look like the most dangerous setups, but he's very effective with his openings with the white pieces. And here, wow, it just looks like game over. I think we are coming at a point where black is just about to resign.
Let's just go back a couple of moves, because this the rook on d7 is attacked, and like you say, it looks like game over. But how did black get into so much trouble? And I think this is the point. Already a very difficult position, but after, let's just go back just a few moves more. Yeah, right about here. I mean, it already looks really bad. And if we see the exchanges that happen with rook f3, first takes on f5, queen f5, knight e3, and I love the move that was played after bishop e7. Immediately hitting on with e6, attacking that rook and that pawn, forcing the trade on f7. You can't move the rook because f7 is hanging. And then he goes queen e6 check. And after the king moves, bishop g4. Maybe king f8 has to be played, but after king f8, it just looks very bad anyway, because there's bishop c4. And this would just be game over, threatening mate on f7 and g8, rook d1. Check is still possible, but perhaps you just trade and go up with your king. King f2, and the king hides on g3.
Right. And
at some point, and now we've got this position. Let's just go up to our live board, because we see that white has won a piece. Eventually defends the pin on e3, and this is just game over for Niels.
Yeah, and he has resigned.
Wow, Vincent came up back in action and scores his first big win of the tournament. against Niels Granulus. Niels still on his computer screen, probably seeing where he went wrong, what could have happened better, what could he have done differently. There's a big game 2 coming up, so he needs to get himself together and let this be in the past, because of course there's still everything to play for. Let's go back to the Magnus board, and as the clocks run down, what is our position? Let's take it back from that moment when Queen G6 was played. We were thinking about how White can continue, and let's get up to date.
White went Queen F4 here, preparing for Rook F6 with potentially Queen E5. So the Queen defends the G3 pawn and also creates threats against the Black King. For instance, Rook F3 would probably run into mate after Queen E8, Knight C5, and Queen B8 checkmate.
Very nice.
So Magnus decided not to go Rook F6 right away, but instead bring his bishop out to F3 with Bishop E4. And this created this threat of Queen to C2. White just defends it with Rook C1. And now F6 played by Magnus, keeping the position in the balance. As pointed out at the start of the game, Tania, I think this game is going to have a lot of fluctuations from the evaluation bar. So I wouldn't take it too seriously as far as this game is concerned. A big advantage for White shown by the computer, but to me it doesn't seem that clear. The Queen on F4 is stuck, but I think the big difference is the Knight on C5 against the Bishop on F3. Bishop on F3 looks lovely, but it cannot be aided by any of the other black pieces, and White has a clear plan to just break with B5 and target the C7 pawn. So open up the C file with B5. King F2 probably just a prophylactic move. He can even bring the king to D2 here, just preventing any attempt by the queen to come in. And eventually B5 should come in.
This is looking very scary for Magnus, and I think it's all about this Rook on C1 and Knight on C5 defending these key squares from which the black queen could potentially come in. Queen D3, Queen C2, the B3 square, all defended. So as you mentioned, the bishop on F3 doesn't have an assistant in the attack. It's just a beautiful looking piece, but it's not doing anything. Meanwhile, the Knight on C5 is not only a great attacker, but also makes sure that the key squares are defended while boxing out Black's king. And I kind of understand why our eval bar loves White's position. Take a look at this, Queen F7 play. Potentially, White can go Queen F5. While White has all these entry points, it's Black that has got no other piece supporting an attack. White has a free hand. Do not forget this H4 pawn. It can potentially be just a passer. Imagine the position with this pawn on H4 instead being on H2. It would be a completely different position. White Black would get a target on H2. But simply Black has no targets. White has everything to play for. Not just that, Shak is saying, my king is also a piece. I will get it to defend so that my rook and knight can be active. B5 will come in, blowing open Black's position. Magnus Carlsen is busted here.
Absolutely. I think it's clear now that Magnus is completely losing here, Tania. It's going to be very hard to find some counterplay here for Black. And it looks to me that B5 is clearly winning already. Just repeating once, I think. And
I will be shocked. It is unimaginable that he will repeat this position. Not going to happen, chat. He might even go Knight A6 because after King B7, I really liked B5. And I wonder what stopped him from going B5 then. But Shak might have other plans. He needs to be a little careful to not let his clock run too low because then it can always be very tricky. And, you know, you give Magnus this one chance to get out of trouble and there's no coming back from it. Shak thinking right now what to play. I still like Knight A6. Go for it. Go for B5. You have to blow open this position.
Absolutely, but do you start with Knight A6 or do you start with B5? White starts with B5 right away, but Rook D6. This is the move I was looking at. And now after Knight A6, Black can further fortify the position with Queen D7. And although White is completely winning, it's still not game over until it is.
You know, Sri, it's the kind of position where you've tied down all of Black's pieces to defend the king. And you can be like, remember that H pawn that we were talking about? What happens if I just simply march that down the board? And this is a problem in such kind of positions. All of Black's pieces are tied down to defense. White has a free hand, not only on the queen side, attacking the Black king, but also with this H passer. And I think we might be seeing this H pawn, this little pawn, playing a winning role in this game with h5 coming in?
I think so too. Especially if white just trades the queen and the rooks off the board, then the hedge pawn will be unstoppable. King b7 played by Magnus, queen f5, and it could probably just end with checkmate, Tania. Maybe not even move the hedge pawn, because knight c5 check and the queen is coming to c8, and the b file will also be opened. Also, it allows the white queen to participate in the attack with queen d3 here. So after king b7, queen f5, maybe Magnus plays something like bishop e4. It does get hit by knight c5 check, but he wouldn't mind losing a pawn and opening up this diagonal for his queen.
Very scary. Would it be accurate to say that Magnus's position is looking as dark as his room right now? The future is not bright here for this one.
It's a bit of a dark humor there, but it's not inaccurate.
I mean, I am really scared for black here. Queen f5 played, but what a game by Shak this has been. You know, in the opening, it looked like Shak was the one in trouble, but he managed to turn things around with this h4 move, giving up that pawn, establishing his bishop on f4, and now he's the one who's crashing through, and Magnus's position looking like it's about to fall apart. Bishop e4, the move that you suggested, has been played. Knight c5 check. Makes a lot of sense, and you never want to take on e4 and allow, let's just point that out, that after knight c5, the idea is not to take on e4 because then don't forget that queen from f7 will jump onto a2, giving activity. So queen e4 doesn't matter, queen g4 doesn't matter. You never take that bishop. Where do you go with your queen after bishop e4, knight c5? And has king b8 been played? Is this on the board?
No, he's just gone queen f1 directly. So he's threatening b takes c6. Shak just wants to get in with his queen and checkmate the black king. I think his focus is quite clear. He's not transforming the position into a strategic advantage. Now I think he'll just take with the rook. Yeah, he's taken with the rook. Black has to play rook d7 and maybe something like rook c6 here. And Magnus has resigned.
Magnus has resigned. He almost had a little smile on his face at just how miserable the position was. He knows that something went wrong. But we've often seen this from Magnus. He has these shaky starts in these tournaments, but then goes straight back to bounce back into it. So, of course, you can just never write him off. But a big win, on the other hand, for Shakhriyar, winning game one after a tough, complicated opening in true Shak style. Going for the checkmate here. Love that game. A big task ahead of Magnus now. Of course, he needs to make that comeback. But we know when he loses a game, it makes him really angry. So expecting a very angry Magnus in game two. We've still got some live action on. So let's jump over. Hari, by the way, still surviving, still playing on. But
yeah, and we thought this would be the first game to end. Yeah, this was winning for Rapid like 30 minutes ago.
Rook d2, and you know what? I see her eval bar, but I don't care about the eval bar right now. Because look at the position. White's king is still a little bit but it's queen f7, that's the problem. And maybe this is just over after, well, you still can't take queen f5 because queen f5, and you fall back. So you fall back with the king h7.
And queen e1, just protecting everything, and the a pawn runs. The bishop on b8 protects the important g3 and f4 squares. And it seems like Hari's heroic fight back comes to an end here.
Very nice move, queen e1. That was a nice little maneuver of getting the queen onto defense, and nicely pointed out, the bishop on b8 guarding the g3 square, knight d4 played so that if you take on d2, knight f3 would be a nasty check. But Richard Rappo, having seen all of that, immediately blitzes out queen e4 and now brings his bishop back to the defense. Some really nice play there by White, keeping everything under control, and the a pawn will decide the game.
Yeah, it was really scary for Rapid at some point, I imagine, because having that kind of position which he had, he would hate to allow even this amount of counterplay. But by now, it looks like everything is under control.
Everything's under control, and nothing's under control as long as there's a knight on the board. So he still needs to be careful. As they say, it's not over till it is over. Knight f5 played, still attacking the g3 bishop. You could also pick up the c6 pawn because it comes with a check, and push the king backwards and then defend the bishop. So I won't be surprised if Richard actually gets greedy here with queen c6, and let's say you go king h7. And perhaps you can just come back with the queen to f3.
Looks like it should work. Certainly looks like it should work. But Richard goes for queen e5, which is also something I can totally understand. Centralizing the queen, because you just want to trade the queens off as soon as possible. As white, I'm constantly trying to find ways to make that work. And the queen on e5 just...
4 seconds for Hari, 3. He needs to make a move too. And I think he's not. I think that is it. Is that it? Hari Krishna resigns. And what a game that was. Some really nice technique there shown by Richard, who's known for his creative attacking style, but also the defense that he showed in this with that tricky knight that Hari had. Brilliant play at the end there by Richard Rappo.
And we still have one live action going on, Tania, one game going on. But looks like Black has managed to defend this game here.
Wow.
Is it too early to say I told you so?
Yeah, I was waiting for that one to come. No, you were right that just how resourceful Gukesh is, and while it looked like he was in a lot of trouble, he's once again managed to get himself out of it. But it's still not over. I mean, white does have this extra G pawn, and
yeah, and straight off I was thinking rook g5 check, and you would want to get your king closer to this pawn, but this might allow something like rook into b5.
The point being that g4 here.
Yeah, exactly. There's still rook g4. So even this should hold for Black. Although if I'm defending, I would probably prefer not to run into this because defending with rook and knight. Oh, he's gone for king e6. He doesn't mind.
That's the thing, right? These guys are so confident in defending these kind of positions, Sri, that they just know rook b5, rook g4 for them. They'll be able to hold, and they just go for it.
I think white might as well go for it because there's really no other way to create. Oh, okay, Tania, it's even simpler. Rook into b5, there's rook into b5, knight d4 check, king e5, knight into b5, king f4. This just draws straight away. So it's not even a question of going into the rook and knight versus rook. And this is the reason why probably white didn't go for it. But you're not really going to get much with the lone g pawn here either.
And the problem is that the king's cut off, right? The king from f2, it's going to be super hard to get that king all the way to h5 or to f5. And Gukesh playing, well, showing some really good technique here. Knight d4, he wants to trade off the knights. Rook pawn ending would be a dead draw. If you go rook e4, there's rook b2 check. So you really don't care about the pin here. And yeah, this looks like it's not too soon to say I told you so, apparently, Sri.
Yeah, this is after the trade of the knights. So now they trade the rooks and it's a draw.
Nice start there by Gukesh, holding a tough position out of the opening, and with that it's a wrap of round 1 for today. Let's take a look at our results, and wow, once again so many decisive games. Chat, we've had 5 decisive games. Shark winning a brilliant fire on board style against Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Kamer also drew blood against Niels. Aditya Mittal lost to Nordebek, so a good start for Nordebek there. Richard against Hari, we saw a really nice game there by Richard, especially in the end, making sure that there were no tricks that Hari could produce, having that knight and having an exposed king. Really nice game there. And in the All-Indian clash, it was Vidit who came on top, defeating Arjun Aragasi. Sri, interesting stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was, I think, one of the most interesting battles in round 1, Tania. These two players, Arjun and Vidit, faced off each other last year. It was just last year. It feels like it was forever ago, but they faced each other last year in the Champions Chess Tour. And back then, it was a big surprise that Arjun won that game with the white pieces. And just about 16 months later, Vidit winning with the black pieces, and I think this was a surprise. The poll showed something like 60% for Arjun, and Vidit had the black pieces. So I think this was a surprise, and I wonder if I can just tell Arjun that it serves him right for starting the way he did.
Well, we've had Vidit so many times on the tour, and he's been sort of a tour regular. Especially in the second season a lot. And I think he hasn't qualified for the knockout stages yet. He's definitely looking at that spot this time. He's also so in form with his recent performance in Meerhofen. And I think definitely this start gives him the confidence. And Chad is pointing out that he's the only Indian to win a game in round one. We have 5 Indian grandmasters playing, so that's quite a start for Vidit. And there we have it. While Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Anish Giri ended in a draw, as did the Eric Daniel game. Again, an I told you so moment for Sri. And David Anton Gukesh also ending in a draw. Chad, it's time for round 2 very soon. So let's take a look at our matchups that are coming up. And there we have it, another super fun clash. Look at that. We've got 2 friends facing each other. Anish Giri taking on Vidit Bidrati. That's a poll that I want to run on chat right now. Both big crowd favorites, fan favorites. So much love for both Anish and Vidit. Let's see where our chat stands on this one. Will Anish win? Will Vidit win? Will it be a draw? Gukesh versus Arjun, another all-Indian face-off with these 2 teenage sensations taking on each other. Teammates, and of course, they know each other really well. Going to be a fun one. This is going to be tough to pick a favorite on this. Hari Krishna taking on David Anton. Nodebek against Richard. We've got Nils playing Aditya Mittal. Daniel Naroditsky against Vincent. Magnus versus Eric, while Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Sri, I want to ask you, because you do work with Arjun quite a bit and you spent a lot of time with him. Did you have a word with him before the tournament? What was your advice? And tell us a little bit about your interaction with him for this tournament.
There was no specific interaction, especially before this tournament, Tanya. I just told him to continue what he had been doing well. But he has been having a string of, let's say, results that has been against the trend for him. He lost against Raja in the global championship, and also he has been for the first time in this year he dropped a bit of rating in a classical event in the European Club Cup, and it has been a bit of an unexpected moment for him, because he had this string of successes starting from 2021. I think from 2021 June, it's just been green on his graph throughout. Kind of like Ethereum, and now he's suddenly
it's nothing like Ethereum.
But in recent times, he's been having slightly lower results than his ambitions, and I think he's just learning to grow through it.
All right, interesting stuff coming up. Big matches out there. We've got our poll running chart. We're going to have liftoff in just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. And meanwhile, if you're wondering how you can improve your games in the most efficient manner, definitely sign up for Aimchess, which uses AI to analyze all your games and then designs a special training program based on that data. So if you have any questions about why you should join Aimchess, or if you have any doubts about it, take a look at this.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today and learn the official Aimchess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is, and a new personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average Aimchess user—
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking Aimchess!
You heard it here first. Join Aimchess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman. Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. Wait, no, I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aimchess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of Aimchess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aimchess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aimchess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. Why the f do you keep paying me for these? Aimchess. It stands for aim chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aimchess!
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pendala from India.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got round 2 of the Aimchess Rapid preliminaries about to start. Some big matchups with Anish Giri taking on Vidit and Gukesh versus Arjun. We also saw Magnus Carlsen lose the first game. Sri, I have to say, I think we've seen Magnus go very all out and take all these risks in these tournaments, except one tournament, which was the Generation Cup, where he was just completely unstoppable. He was a man on a mission in that one. But here we've often seen him in the past where he has a shaky start, then is able to stabilize himself. He needs to do that. He did lose to Shak, and that was definitely a big win for Shak. Before we got liftoff, let's once again take a look at our matchups.
And Anish Vidit is going to be super interesting, Tanya. I already see a bit of Twitter battle between them. Vidit tweeted today saying that he's playing against 3.5 Indians tonight, and Anish replying with 3.25. Calculation skills still off. So Anish Vidit, one of the most exciting matchups for round 2 there. And Gukesh and Arjun have also played so much against each other. We have liftoff in the games just now. A lot of exciting clashes. Magnus against Herrick, teammates in the ECC. And the games have begun. The first few moves out. Twitter battle continuing onto the chessboard.
It does. And we've got a Queen's Gambit decline. By the way, Sri, before we get into the chess action, have you seen the Aimchess ad yet?
No, not yet.
You're missing out on something, my friend. I highly recommend it. And you know what? It's the kind of ad that if you ever have a question about why I should join Aimchess, it is extremely persuasive. You must look at it. And I think I am convinced that I need to take membership.
You should. I didn't need to see the ad to get convinced on that, Tanya. Just looking at the product was enough. I love data. I love analyzing things. And it's just the perfect product for someone like me.
Very entertaining stuff going on there. All right, let's take a look at... that is true. Tad saying, this is not just market talk from me. That ad is in a league of its own. Very entertaining stuff indeed, chat. All right, let's take a look at the opening action that we've got ongoing. By the way, the results of our chat poll have just come in. 41% saying Anish will take this one. He is playing with the white pieces. 27% for Vidit and 31% for draw. If I asked you to make a prediction, Sri, at this point, Queen's Gambit decline on the board, we also see that there is a d5 weakness. What would be your prediction of this game?
I don't mean to troll anyone, Tanya, but I think draw is the most likely result from this matchup between Anish and Vidit. It's just they know each other so well. They work together at one point, and they're both so incredibly solid. So I find it hard to imagine anyone losing this matchup. But that
All right,
said,
let's
I
just
think
talk about the position that we do have in front of us. So it is a very typical position out of the Queen's Gambit decline. And very quickly, if we can just perhaps take it through the opening, because Rook C1 has been played, attacking that bishop on C5, and you're always threatening a knight jump. But let's take it from the top and see how we got here.
so. Anish started with C4, but he was actually intending to go into the D4 lines. It transposed after E6, knight C3, D5, D4, knight F6. The Queen's Gambit declined, which is something Vidit has been playing from very recently. Vidit used to do a lot of Nimzo Indians. So C4, E5 would have been one of the expected lines. C5 would have been one of the expected lines. I don't think Vidit has done a lot of E6 and D5 in recent times. But it just went into the Queen's Gambit decline anyway. So Anish not exactly caught by surprise, because who gets surprised by Queen's Gambit when you play one D4 related lines? One of the most long-standing solid lines for black. And with it continuing with knight F6, which allows C takes D5, E takes D5. This position is slightly different from the lines you see where knight F3 has already been played, because this allows white the flexibility to develop the knight to E2. So bishop G5, and in recent times, bishop D4 has been trending quite a bit, similar to the Ragozin setups that Vidit plays. But here he goes solid with bishop E7, E3, short castle, bishop D3, rook E8, and the knight going on to F3 anyway. So white developing normally, and after H6, bishop H4 is one option, but you can also go bishop F4 with the idea to put it on E5, and also making sure that the bishop doesn't get traded after knight H5, knight E4 related moves. So bishop F4, and here Vidit goes for C5 directly, which gives him an isolated queen pawn, but it also gives black a lot of activity in these lines. So it's not as simple and straightforward as saying that black has this weakness and white is slightly better. I think it's much more balanced, especially with all the concrete preparation these days. So D takes C5, bishop takes C5, short castle, normal moves, knight C6, rook C1, and with it goes for bishop G4 here. Concrete, intending to trade this bishop and lose his isolated queen pawn with D4 on the next move. Vidit is still in his preparation, so it looks like things have gone well for Vidit with the black pieces here.
I mean, usually black is able to trade these pawns with D4 and get rid of that isolated queen's pawn weakness, then you're doing absolutely fine. But white has to make sure that doesn't happen. And usually after D4, you don't want to take E takes D4. You don't want to make life that simple. What you want to play is E4. But currently that's not possible because of the knight on C3. So I'm expecting a knight jump here. The question is, well, he decides to go knight E4, so offering a trade of the knight. And after knight takes E4, he's going to go bishop E4, still hitting that bishop on C5. And let's just show that line. Now, if you go bishop B6, white can take on C6. Bishop takes C6.
How do you want to take it though, with the bishop or the rook?
That's a good question. Rook C6 or bishop?
Rook C6 is also tempting, but I think bishop C6 is the simpler variation to calculate. And this just leaves white a clear pawn up, yeah? A clear pawn up, and I don't really see any compensation for black here. So I'm guessing Vidit will not want to take knight takes E4. But it's also curious that Vidit has started thinking for the first time in the game. So I'm guessing this is the point where Vidit's opening preparation ends. And if knight takes E4 is not an option, black really has only one move here, bishop to B6, which potentially allows all this bishop into H6 kind of tactical ideas for white here. At the moment, probably not working because bishop into H6, knight takes E4, the intermezzo. And if bishop takes E4, then black is just a piece up. If white goes something like queen G4, black has this defensive move with queen to F6, defending everything. So nothing immediate after bishop B6, but nevertheless, it just feels like there is some pressure here. Although the evaluation bar is completely at equal, it still feels like there is a little bit of pressure here. and with it thinking for at least a couple of minutes, not surprisingly so. So this is where the with it game stands at. The other interesting game between Arjun and Gukesh with the white pieces, also has a pretty interesting position on the board. It started with knight f3, c5, c4, another English opening, but the symmetrical English. And after knight c6, knight c3, black can either go knight f6 or start with e5 right away. Arjun starts with knight f6. The advantage of starting with knight f6 here, if black starts with e5, white has this variation with g3, an additional option. So starting with knight f6, it gives that flexibility for black. Against g3, there are lines with d5 challenging the center. And against e3, black can go e5, which can also start from this mode, e5, e3, knight f6. And in these positions, white goes for control of the center directly with d4. Black can capture first on d4 and then go e4, or go e4 right away, knight e5. And this is one of the most interesting positions that can start from the English opening. A lot of games here. Black's pawn structure is a bit disconnected and weird, but the white knight quite often gets stuck on e5. And g4 is the one square that it can go to. So black cuts it off with h5, taking control of the g4 square. Gukesh continues with g3, intending to bring his bishop. And now queen e7, threatening the knight on e5. And in a similar position, not the exact same position, the former world champion Vladimir Kramnik came up with this very interesting conception to just sacrifice the pawn here, not defend the knight, and play something like rook b1. So trade everything, and then the bishop comes from b2. Because the knight is hanging here, but just for illustrative purpose, Kramnik showed this beautiful idea sometime in 2015 or 16. And ever since then, white has found various ways to just give up this e5 pawn here. Gukesh also does the same. He sacrifices the e5 pawn. But this time, because he can get the e4 pawn back, Arjun is in no mode to give it away without a fight. So he defends it with d5. C takes d5, bishop f5, defending the e4 pawn. It's equal pawns, but both the e4 pawn and the d5 pawn are hanging right now. So a lot of concrete action, and queen a4 check just played.
Very interesting opening and a really great breakdown there by Yusri, explaining all these nuances and these ideas and concepts, which first originated with Big Vlad. Queen a4 check on the board, and the first move that comes to mind is you want to block that check with bishop d7, hitting that queen. And one of the points of Gukesh giving this check is that he wants to put that queen on c4. From queen on c4, you not only eye the e4 pawn, but you also defend the d5 pawn. As you're pointing out, even the c5 pawn can sometimes be under fire. It's a nice little spot on c4 for the queen. b5 is still not possible because you can just take knight b5. And let's just show what happens in that line. After b5, knight b5. Watch out, don't go knight d5. Knight d5 will run into queen takes d5, queen takes d5, knight c7 check, and winning a piece, winning the game. So I like that idea with queen a4, and black is still thinking.
He just played bishop f5, yeah. He just came back.
F5. Very interesting.
He just came back, and Tania, I can bet on one thing. Gukesh is certainly not going to repeat. He's just definitely not going to play queen a4 check.
No, I would be surprised. And bishop f5 also makes a lot of sense because you're attacking e4, and big update coming. Anish Giri is winning, apparently, is what we're being told. Let's quickly jump over to the game. We were pointing out.
Oh my God.
Has there been a blunder?
Yeah. So Tania, this was the position, right? Knight e4. And here I was explaining why bishop b6 was the only move. And with it went bishop e7, an extremely natural move, but it runs into a lot of trouble. So it's one of these positions which Stockfish shows as 0.0, but it's really not easy to play over the board. And the big problem for black here, fundamentally, are these ideas with knight into f6 and bishop h6. So rook f d1, creating pressure on d8, the queen on d8, almost like setting a flame on the queen. So the queen has to move away. Queen b6 the only move. And here white can, if you take on f6 first, Then black recaptures, bishop into h6.
Oh, I was going to ask chat about this because the moment you pointed out knight f6, I was like, wait a second, there are tactics in the air. But go on. So you're pointing out knight f6 is not the accurate move order here.
Absolutely. So if you start with this, Tania, black can fight back. There are some moves like knight e5, removing this bishop first, and then you can take the b2. You can actually win more things. You can just take the bishop, in fact. But queen g3 will save the bishop, but you can take these pawns. So Anish, before I could complete, Anish is just too fast in everything, whether it's talking or playing, finding tactics. And before I could finish, he goes for bishop into, or tweeting. He just goes for bishop into h6 right away. And now the point is knight e5, there is queen g3, attacking both the e5 knight and the g7 pawn. So this is the difference. You have to start with the right move order.
Amazing. So not allowing the black bishop on f6, because then, as you're pointing out, knight e5 becomes a reality. And with it, with his hand on his head, knows that something has gone horribly wrong for him in the position. We saw Anish focused, calculating the lines, and he plays bishop h6. It's already been a minute. I'm surprised that we haven't had a tweet yet. We see big advantage for Anish after this move. Knight b4, hitting that bishop, but now it just looks like a little bit of desperation here. And with it, might need a miracle to survive this one. It's pretty much a pawn without any compensation.
Yeah, with its calculation gone wrong once again, Tania, just as Anish pointed out in his last 2 tweets against Vidit.
What were the tweets?
So the first tweet was, oh yeah, there we have it on our screen. So this was the second calculation gone off tweet. The first one was the amount of time it takes to return from the ECC to Nashik with its hometown.
Wow.
And
that's a bit of the 3.25 calculation off is a bit of a prophecy in this one, with Vidit missing bishop h6. I like how Vidit said he's playing 3.5 Indians, considering how Anish is just feels like home. India feels like home for him.
Yeah, absolutely. With it fighting on with knight b4, so it's not that simple yet, because now the threat is to take the bishop with g takes h6, Tania, and it's not easy to find how white keeps the advantage. I think the position is still incredibly complex.
All right.
Oh my God, we have a draw.
We have
a draw in the Gukesh Arjun game.
And you were pointing out something about there never a possibility of a repetition, Sri.
Oh my God, I've been made to eat my words by Gukesh and Arjun. Although in my defense, Gukesh played queen b5 check, so it wasn't the repetition with queen a4.
I love the save. It wasn't a repetition with queen a4, but yeah, wow. In this position, which looked like it's absolute fire of a middle game, both players decide to repeat, and a bit disappointing there, because I think it's always very exciting to watch these youngsters fight against each other, and we don't see quick draws amongst them very often, which is why we love having them.
Absolutely. And I've seen Gukesh and Arjun just try to find a way to keep the going in any kind of question against any kind of opposition. I mean, when I was 2500 and Gukesh was 2200, he was still trying to beat me. So I just totally didn't see that repetition coming. But I guess Gukesh simply didn't like his position. So he simply didn't find a better way. Meanwhile, some updates in the Vidit game as well, Tania. We were wondering what to do with white in this position. And seems like Anish's calculation is not off. He just went bishop c4. A powerful move, actually.
Very powerful, eyeing that f7 pawn. But right now, take a look at these two players. Look at that pose. They are
my God.
They're identical. It's just crazy. I don't know whether it's 3.5 or 3.25. Right now, it's a 4-on-4 is what it feels like. This is quite a screenshot moment, chat.
Wow. Incredible. And with it kind
someone in chat is saying that they are mirroring each other, and that's a sign of true love.
Can't disagree with that at all. All the tweet banter also, it just feels like a couple.
It feels like a couple. I love it. All right, well, bishop c4, let's talk about the position because Anish is definitely looking for blood here, regardless of the love between these two. And there have been some moves after bishop c4, with it accepting that sacrifice on h6. Goes for g takes h6 because now the knight on f6 has been defended. Remember that move, knight b4. It moved not only attacking the bishop, but also defending that knight. And with that, bishop c4, g takes h6, because if black doesn't accept it, you're just a pawn down, it's just slow torture. And after gh4, I love how Anish is playing. He plays the very simple but super strong looking rook d4, a rook lift, not just capturing a pawn, but you're eyeing to bring that rook into the kingside attack. You're threatening moves like knight f6 next. You want to go rook f4 or rook g4. Rook f4 would attack that f7 pawn. And even though white has sacrificed the piece, it's black's position is looking like it's not going to be defendable right now.
Yeah, and I can't help but point out that it's also an opposite color bishop, Tania. So the squares that this bishop controls cannot be countered by any of black's pieces. And in these types of situations, usually you would count on a pawn to step up, a pawn on e6 or something like that. But black doesn't have them either. So the bishop is impossible to counter. And black's pieces are just not able to coordinate with each other because this d5 square is the connecting link between the knights. And the d5 square has been taken over by white. Once again, chess is a game of control. And control of this d5 square makes a lot of difference. So the knights are not able to reach each other. And without the knights being able to reach each other, the other pieces are just too slow to get into the game. And this is the reason why black just does not have enough time to mount a defense.
Wow, and I'm trying to even look at some lines here, and it's sort of hard to come up with some ideas for black. You can't go knight e4 because the f7 pawn is hanging. Knight f6 is a big threat, as we are pointing out. Let's see.
Also, rook d6 is a threat,
Wow, rook d6, bishop d6, knight f6, or even queen f6 will be crushing. Once again, both players with their hand on their head. This is, by the way, is a very classic chess pose, right, Sri? I think there's nothing more common than this chess pose that we've got with players. What's your chess pose?
My chess pose, it just varies a lot. I can go like this, or I think it's similar to how Arjun sits, actually. And this was actually spotted by Vidit, a long time ago. He was like how Arjun was. Arjun had a similar posture to mine. Not a compliment. I rarely receive compliments from Vidit. And this was at a time where Arjun and I think we hadn't even spoken to each other the first time.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I think it also reminds me of a cobra when you sit like this, like a cobra which is looking at you, poised to strike.
Yeah. It's funny. I feel like for non-chess players, from a non-chess community, usually with the hand on the head, it almost feels like you're having a headache. But actually, when chess players sit like that, it's just a way of cutting out the world and completely any sort of distraction and to be able to focus solely on what's in front of you. And it's sort of second nature to a lot to just sit like that. Speaking about Arjun's pose, I often just see him sitting like this and looking absolutely bored while playing. I think this is the Arjun pose. Is this the Arjun pose?
Yeah, that's the Arjun pose. You nailed it. You're halfway to becoming Arjun there.
It's a start, Sri. It's a start, and I'll take it. King h8 on the board. So how does Anish continue the kingside massacre? Is there one on the board right now? Can he start with knight f6?
Oh, sorry. Anish is too fast once again. Even before I could say the word chat, Anish's moves out there.
Anish is too fast. No knight f6, not allowing the queen into the defense. Rook d6. Sri, this is a move that you pointed out. A really nice move, actually. And the point is that you just cut off the queen from the defense. With it looking desperate here right now, he knows that, well, it might just be over at this very moment. And let's take a look at some lines. If you go bishop takes d6, queen f6 is just game over. Queen f6, king g8, bishop f7, and you're not going to survive. Bishop g6, king f8, bishop g6, queen f7, queen h7 is checkmate. Let's just point that out. After rook d6, If you don't take bishop d6, you're anyway busted. Is this game over?
I think it is over. I think it's time to resign. And I can imagine Anish already thinking about the tweets he's going to make after the game. That posture there.
Is he going to take rook f6 now? Does he take rook f6? Rook f6 is a possibility because after, or maybe knight e5, you still have to be a little careful. Rook f6, knight e5, is that a defensive resource?
Queen, I think they should still win. Queen f4 and queen h6, knight f6.
Oh, that's brutal.
Queen h5 should also win here, I think.
All right, rook f6, even knight f6 looks extremely powerful here. Lots of pleasant choices. What is he going to go for 3? Will he pick it up with the rook or will he pick it up with the knight?
Or none of the above, yeah? Something like queen f4, just for funs. I don't know. I like rook f6. I think it's simple. And that's what I would play.
Chat, what do you think? What is the move that Anish has got? Is it rook f6? Is it knight f6? Or is there a third move? Will he go for attack with queen f4? What would you play in this attacking position? Chat, how would you finish it off? Tell us. We've got our eye out on chat as well. Knight c6 played. All right, we will come back to this. It's been an exciting game, a tough one for Vidit so far. 1 second. I think Anish has got his hand on the mouse, so he's about to make a move. Let's just stay on this one. He's going for it. Or not.
And if Anish plays this one too fast, I think chat can also try and come up with what he's going to tweet after the game.
Chat can predict a move and should predict the tweet as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would agree with you.
A lot of interesting games.
Lot of interesting games. Where do you want to jump to?
Rook into f6 played by Anish, Tania, and with it instantly playing queen takes b2 there. I have a feeling that it's going to end in the
Isn't
next...
rook h6 just over?
Rook h6, king g7 is with its hope.
I mean, it's not a hope. It's just the only move. But this also should be just game over, no? Where you've got the rook on c1 is hanging, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah, it should be game over, but I think you need to still just sit down and calculate a bit. Yeah, it's there's still one task remaining for white here.
And actually, the more I look at it, maybe it's not that clear. The first feeling was there has to be checkmate after queen f7, but I can't find it instantly. And you don't want to just give up all your pieces and then go like, wait, where's the mate?
Exactly. You don't want to do that. But, instead of taking rook h6, maybe it's just simpler to start with queen h5 because you have this checkmate. And it gives you the flexibility to either take with the queen or the rook. So you don't have to commit rook into h6. And
I like that. Simple and strong.
Yeah, I would play queen h5 here.
Queen h5.
Although Vidit wouldn't allow me to get this question.
I still feel as if rook h6 should work, but I can't find it. And I think it's unnecessary risk if you don't see how to make it work, but it's so tempting. Now Anish is also eating into his jacket. He knows he's so close to wrapping this up. It's that critical moment. And you can pretty much play anything is what Tad is informing us. Everything wins. It's impossible for white to go wrong.
That's the worst thing, no? I mean, when you have options, the paradox of choice.
That is true. Having pleasant choices is not pleasant at all.
Absolutely.
Wow, look at this. We actually do have a lot of action. So we do know that this one, well, it looks Vidit is in big trouble. It will, and soon we'll come back to it. Let's quickly go over to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Shakhriyar board. I see our eval.
You read my mind, Tania. You just read my mind. And this is such a beautiful dominating position. The rook on h8, the knight on f8. No guesses, chat. No prizes for guessing, chat, which opening this position came from. But feel free to make a guess anyway. But what a beautiful position by Duda. For Duda.
Why no prizes? I want a prize.
You're free to give them away, Tania.
Chad, what opening is this? Why are you saying no prizes for guessing which opening this came from? But
Viraj is sharp there.
We do. Well,
he
you're
knows his
absolutely right.
openings.
Yeah, there's only one opening that can have such a dominating performance with white, right?
Exactly.
And chat is on point. It is the Catalan indeed. And another proud moment for Sri, who has a lifetime repertoire course on Catalan. And tournament after tournament, one can see just how strong this opening is. By the way, that's really cool artwork, Sri.
I know, right? It's amazing. I love the artist here. Although AD found a way to make fun of me with this as well.
Sorry?
AD found a way to make fun of me with this as well. You know, something about having to sit down, not being able to stand.
But you have to tell him that the Catalan is so strong that everyone has to bend the knee for the Catalan.
Absolutely. I couldn't have put it better. And Rook G8 played by Shaq. The king is so close to being mated. If only the pawn can jump to H5 right away, you know. But here also we still need to sit down and find a finish for white.
It just looks so pretty, but with this king on F6, it almost looks like it's under like a mating attack. There are ideas like even H4, H5 that you always want to think about to take the G6 square. Rook F7 check is always in the air. You can never go King G6 because Knight E6 is coming in. Does white actually have time for moves like H4, H5? Or is that too much?
I don't know that, but I'm not such a greedy person. So if I'm not able to see a mate right away, I wouldn't mind just playing something like Rook A8 and picking up this piece, Tania.
How do you not call yourself greedy when you're going for materials, Sri?
I'm choosing material over checkmate.
Actually, you know
That's
what?
called being happy with.
There's a famous saying, right? If you can give mate or you can win material, you always win material.
Should be. That sounds like a very classic chessy thing to say. And he goes for Rook C8 because he wants to keep the option of Knight into E6 open.
Knight into E6, but I also like
Rook F8 check.
Rook F8 is a very big threat, and I think that's the point, that Rook F8, Rook E6 is actually checkmate. So he's not only going for material, but also mate at the same point.
Yeah, combining both, you know.
Very tricky stuff.
Combining both, and these are the kind of positions where in a classical game, people would have, I think, resigned a few moves earlier. But I just read somewhere about how it doesn't make sense to wait for the resignation in a speed chess game, in a fast game.
Speaking of resignation,
especially online.
I think Vidit might have to do it soon, because let's go back to his game. He's gone for your move. Anish has played Queen H5, hitting that pawn on H6. Vidit gave a check on C1. The king hides on H2. You can't take Queen C4 because Rook H6 runs into mate. It's on the board.
It is mate. No. I made the moves.
Right. And we have this position, and Tad is informing us it's a mate in 5. And Vidit there knows that this is over.
I wouldn't expect Vidit to calculate that it is mate in 5, especially after the tweets, but certainly looks resignable.
Yeah, and very often, you know, you're just in shock right now. You just can't believe how the position and the game has turned out. And I think those are the emotions that Vidit is feeling. He's just actually, more than thinking about the position, he's thinking about where and what went wrong.
Absolutely. Just getting to that acceptance of the present reality. And Anish and Vidit have a lot going on between them, Tania, a lot of friendly rivalry, so to speak. And I can imagine that Anish is one person that Vidit would hate losing due to the bragging rights.
Wow, this is not...
He's actually going for the mate.
He's going for the mate, and I think he's going to let it play out. He has to go King F6 because King H8 or King G8 runs into Rook H8 and Queen H6. Oh, King F6 is not possible. This is just crazy. And Queen H6 is checkmate to follow now.
Yeah, King G7, he's played it, and Queen H6 is checkmate. Wow.
So with it allows the mate on the board, and yeah, this is there's going to be banter chat. Expect some tweets incoming. I won't be surprised if right now Anish is already typing. He's on it. I can see it. I can feel it. Anish is on his tweet right now.
Mentalism by Tania. But you don't need a mentalist to guess where Anish is.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile,
All right.
Magnus also seems to have won his game against his teammate Erik Hansen.
Let's take a look at, so we do have a result actually on that, and this is how it ended. Maybe we'll have a look at it once our live action is over, because we still have some of the games going. Let's jump back to the Duda Shark board. It looked like Duda was crushing through, threatening mate, and now some changes, but he wins the knight.
Yeah, he wins the knight, but Black has gone into a position where he still has some hopes to defend. Because if the white pawns all come off, then it's going to be a draw. The rook and knight versus rook is a draw. And he's threatening one pawn with the rook and another with one of his pawns. So out of the 4 pawns remaining, he will expect to eliminate at least 2 of them.
All right, well, it's still a very uphill task for Black to defend this, but it's not over yet. Meanwhile, also some heavy action on the Aditya Mittal Niels board. Now, Aditya qualified for the Aimchess Rapid by winning the Indian Chess Tour. He lost the first game, but look at this one. Is it, I see our eval bar, it says it's absolutely crushing here. Is there something direct that you can do with this bishop on f1 pinned?
I think you can just simply take the pawn on a4 because this threatens bishop b5. And the white king has no way to escape. There's no way to unpin because king g2 runs into bishop c6.
So actually bishop b5 is undefendable. So you are going to end up winning that bishop then.
Yeah, and also Niels has just 30 seconds remaining, Tania. Aditya has a massive time advantage. So he has taken bishop into a4, and this is, I think, incredibly impressive. Aditya was also part of the Challengers Chess Tour, the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour, where he got a lot of practice, I would imagine, in this shorter format. And he's qualified his way through here.
And Niels
Through
there
the ladder.
with, shaking his head. He's in absolute shock around the mess that he's gotten on the board. With the white pieces, definitely not the kind of position you want. And especially against Aditya. I mean, he's very talented, but one of the players who you want to target in this tournament. He's sort of making his debut into the Champions Chess Tour. And for Niels, that is it. He resigns. That his second loss in a row. This one's going to hurt. Congratulations to Aditya. A much needed confidence boost when you're playing with such high stakes, with such strong players. You beat somebody as strong as Niels Grandelius. This is the kind of confidence you need to go on to the tournament to try and make it into the top 8. We've got also some blazing action on the Hari versus David Anton board, where I can see that Hari's nightmare also continues.
Hari's nightmare continues, but like Gukesh, in general, Hari in the endgame is just a magician, and he's turned around so many of these endgames in general. This position is also a bit imbalanced, Tania, because of the A passer. If white can get his pawn and the rook together, he can create some real counterplay. And the E pawn is not queening right away, as far as I can see, because A4, something like E3. And if white keeps the rook here, just has to not allow a check, it's going to be not that straightforward for black to queen this pawn.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go after something like E3. He can try and go rook F1, rook F2, these kind of ideas. But you're absolutely right. It's not looking that very clear. And we see the eval bar seems to say that black is doing really well in the position, but still needs to show some technique. But then where is the winning idea here for David Anton?
Probably it is to bring his king out here so that he can give up the rook for the A pawn, and the king and the pawn together will, win this rook. I think to me, this looks like the most straightforward technique in the endgame. But this requires some concrete calculation. There are dangers where you give up the rook for this pawn and the king is close enough to take the C6 pawn. That can be quite dangerous. And also it's a question of when do you move this rook? When do you bring the king? If you play rook E1 right away, white has rook E2 and this pawn is likely lost. So this has to be eliminated. He starts with E3, rook B2. This is as expected, and maybe now is possible to bring the king out to E5 and then play rook A1.
So try and get the king to assist the e-pawn along with the rook. Requires a bit of technique. We'll see if David's up for it or not. Chat demands to take a look at the Vincent board. So let's jump to that. I have the position in front of me. It's definitely a very thrilling endgame. Take a look at that bishop on f3. I love that bishop. It's definitely something that white needs to worry about. But on the other hand, white has this super strong pawn on c5 as well, which is creating a lot of counterplay. You just want to go c6, c7. But first thing first, where are you moving your rook? Rook c1 might run.
Or do you even need to move the rook?
Good question.
That was the question I had in mind.
And he goes for c6, yeah?
Yeah, he goes for c6 right away. And it's totally expected. When you have a pawn like this, you want to push it as soon as possible. I actually don't find it easy to find a defense for white here, for black here, Tania, because c7 is just coming.
Can you start with knight d7 here? What are you going to recapture with? Or are you again going to be like, I don't want to recapture, I want to go c7?
Exactly. I don't want to recapture. I can go c7, I think.
You can go c7, okay. And I don't know where my rook is going. I mean, I really don't want to move it to f8 because of... Do we have a move? Let's keep up with the board because it's 10 seconds to
yeah, we have a move. It's c7 played.
Wow. Now rook f8. Let's just have some arrows because we'll stick. And 3 seconds, Vincent needs to... He goes rook g8. I was just about to say, rook f8 runs into knight d7, hitting that rook. You want to play rook g8 so that after knight d7, you can actually pick up the rook on d1, bishop d1, rook d1, rook c8, and claim that, well, it's not an absolute disaster yet.
Yeah, I think black could even be winning if white allows this. White has to keep the momentum going. White has to keep these threats going. I don't exactly see how, but Tania is just a master of playing against the opponent's time trouble. So I do expect some tricky problems here for black to face. But maybe there is nothing.
Tania got 30 seconds on the clock as well, but we know that when it comes to, well, the clock running low, that's never a problem for Daniel Naroditsky.
You know, maybe one trick, Tania, is rook d1 or rook c8 and now knight b6, because rook into c7, there's knight d5.
And this probably would end in a draw.
Yeah, but I can't find anything better for white.
Yeah, very possible. Well, he's still thinking. He's down to 8 seconds. He needs to make a move.
And he plays queen.
C8. But now you just take d1 and the knights are on the board.
It's not a good idea to keep the knights alive because the pawns, the d pawn is going to run faster than the white's pawns.
I like black's knight more than white's knight. You're absolutely right. Knight d7 just made a lot more sense to trade off this knight. Now after knight e5, d pawn is going to be strong. Knight f3 check coming in. Watch out for that as well. And this could go either ways. Both players playing on seconds.
Yeah, this could go either way, but I suddenly like Vincent's position more. And although both the players are playing with seconds, Tania, 10 seconds is a lot of time for increment. It's not blitz, where there's only a 2-second increment. And I think Vincent is completely out of danger here, to say the least.
Knight a4 played, Vincent down to 15 seconds. And as you're mentioning, 10-second increment is quite a bit, especially with these players. They have so much control over their nerves. We've seen them make moves when they're down to 1 second on the clock, sometimes even less. And knight a4, d3, the pawn advances, d2 can come in as well, as f3 is a fork. The only thing you need to watch out for example, if you go d2 right now, white has the opportunity to go knight e4, hitting that rook as well as that pawn.
Yeah, even this is not so simple because knight f3 check, rook f4, and after knight into d2, there's always rook d4.
But then king f3.
Yeah, there's just king f3 here, true. But in general, it's not so easy to take the d pawn as the position shows in the game. Knight into d3. Rook d6, there is now knight b2 because the pawn has gone to b4. So I think we're just going towards a draw.
a3 played, d2, don't take on d2. Knight f3 is a big fork. You can't do that. And after knight e4, there's rook c1 coming in, which will win a game for black. So maybe
yeah. Just king f1.
King f1.
Also knight b3. Knight b3, I'm a bit hesitant because there are still some threats to watch out for. But maybe first take and then, yeah, it's just safer to bring the king and towards the pawn.
You bring the king towards the pawn. You also sidestep all these knight f3 checks that were very annoying. And now knight comes to b3. You have some difficulty defending that d2 pawn. After a move like rook b6, you can just simply pick up the pawn on a5. B takes a5 or knight takes a5. You have to watch out for knight b2. So knight a5 might not be the accurate move. He goes a4. No, he doesn't. He goes a takes b4.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. A takes b4. And now rook b6. I expect rook b6 and a draw. But rook d6. I'm so off in predicting draws today.
I think the players know that this probably will end in a draw, but they want to take as many chances as they can and try and trick the opponent. And as long as the d2 pawn is alive, that can happen. But it can't be alive for too long because king f1, your move really helps in attacking it. And I'm expecting a repetition here.
Yeah, I think you're wise. Oh, rook f6.
I'm not.
Vincent just wants to... It's a different kind of repetition, just like the Gukesh Arjun game.
With rook f6, very tricky. If you take on d2, knight e3 was the threat. And Vincent thinking, is there anything else? But finally, it ends in a draw. We still have a lot of action going on. So let's quickly jump over to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Shak game because we're expecting a result on it soon.
Wow, it's still going on. Shak once again showing some incredible defense. But now this king is truly backed to a corner. There's not going to be any checks against the white king. And it's, I think, a simple matter of playing the rook to e7, knight to g5, and get the king out on a mating net. Looks like game over, Tania.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine fighting against this extra piece. All right, what more action do we have here, Sri? We've got, we'll sort of leave Jan-Krzysztof Duda to show his technique here. Meanwhile, it looks like Hari has saved his game against David Anton.
Once again, another one I told you so moment. But Hari is just magic when it comes to endgame. He might be one of the best endgame players in modern chess. And it's unbelievable the kind of endgames that he converts into a draw or a win, that extra half point. David Anton on the receiving side of both the games against Gukesh and Hari, that's got to be very frustrating for him.
Wow, and Neil saying that Srinath is not wrong about Hari, absolutely on point with your analysis of his endgame and prediction that Hari, when it comes to endgames, is so capable of saving difficult positions. It looks like he's doing just that. Meanwhile, Abdul Sattarov versus Rapo is where we have to head to because it looks like Richard is in big trouble here.
He certainly is, because the f-pawn seems unstoppable and there's a discard check coming on the next move.
And if you
like Hari,
rook e7,
Abdul Sattarov is also incredibly strong in endgames. He loves trading the queens.
Absolutely. And I think after rook e7, fe7, you go king f7. You can maybe even take rook at 6, but there's also rook e6, which would be super annoying to just keep the e-pawn alive.
Yeah, I love this move rook e6 because rook h6 I would hesitate a lot. There are a lot of these f and h pawns which are theoretical draws with the king not on the last rank. But this move rook e6 is a game changer. You want to have these pawns connected, the two pawns, the two extra pawns, and rook e6 certainly does the job.
It does the job. Black can never really capture on e7 with the rook and trade off the rooks because that would be a lost king pawn endgame. With that not an opportunity, then you've got f7 check coming in. The rook on b7 can be traded off at the right moment. So your rook on b4 is tied down. I don't really see a move here for black.
Neither does Richard, which is why I think he hasn't made a move since we came. He goes rook b6.
He goes rook b6. Interesting. So now at least he stops these ideas with f7. You can still go f7, by the way. That's the funny part. You can play f7, forcing king g7. Both rooks are hanging, but you can't take either of the two rooks.
And I think rook a8 wins here, no?
Oh, that's lovely. But that is actually a really nice
rook
move.
b8 does rook e8.
And that is just game over. Rook a8 is a stunner, Sri. You're just threatening.
But now there is still some defense with rook g6 check, Tania, kind of hoping for king h2, after which it would be a draw. So you have to find the right king move here.
But you can just go king f2, no? King f2, king e3, and just come with your...
Yeah, exactly. King f2 wins.
All right, let's go to our live board. What's the position?
The position is at rook a8. And Richard is thinking here, I think he'll go for rook g6. One final attempt.
No,
maybe after rook... Oh, he just resigns.
He just resigned. There isn't much to make a final attempt of, but what a nice finish there with this move f7 and then rook a8, keeping the rooks hanging. The f-pawn decides the game. Nodebek wins against Richard Rappo. What a round of so many decisive results, and we still have action on two boards. Let's get an update. So it looks like Jan-Krzysztof continues the winning position, but is still to win.
Still to win. As long as these two pawns are there. White has to take at least one of the pawns. The big danger is if black can get in g5 and trade the f4 pawn, it becomes a draw. So the margin is quite small for white there, the margin of error. He has to be careful. He will want to keep the option of f5 to g5 whenever it happens. And on the other side, he has cut off the black's king.
Well, he's down to 36 seconds, so it's not that much time. But now I like that he's bringing the king onto the game, but you can't really go too far because king d5 would have lost the f4 pawn. So he's offering a rook trade. And after that, it would make the task a lot easier. Rook c4, knight c4, g5, you just go f5. There's no trading of these pawns, and that would be a lot easier to convert. Black has to keep the rooks on the board.
Absolutely. Black has to keep the rooks on the board. But, oh, he's gone for rook c4. He didn't really have much of an option, Tania. It's the out of the fire into the frying pan kind of situation. He was losing either ways. And now it gets pretty straightforward for white. Whenever there's g5, there's f5. And if black doesn't touch these pawns, the king and the knight combine to push the black king back.
True. And the h-pawn is not going to go further up the board. You always have this knight coming on to defend it with knight e3 if required, h5. You can start with knight e3 in that position as well. He goes king g7, king e6 now, just boxing up the black king further.
Yeah, Duda taking his time, but I think he'll get there. The endgame between Hari and David, on the other hand, I think it's much more exciting, Tania. Not as straightforward. It is still, I think, pretty equal. But yeah, rook a6 was an extremely important move. You need to give the side check and take the e2 pawn. And you need to have enough time to then push your pawns against the black rook, which Stockfish thinks is happening. But it's extremely tricky. You normally take like 15 minutes in a classical game to calculate this. Rook a1, what a move by Harida, making sure that the black king has to go all the way to e1 or the rook has to lose its position. If you take it on e2, black just gets that one tempo extra, either with the king or the rook. So e1, it just sends it further. I think classic endgame technique. Once again, the difference between half point, 1 point, 0 points. In this case, it's 1 point and 0 point. It's so thin, but Hari has found his way, which I'm not sure if everyone would have managed to find.
That's a very good point. When he's got 3 seconds, he needs to make a move. He's gone king f4, hitting that rook. He doesn't care about the c5 pawn. The most important thing is to start pushing the g pawn so that the h pawn can advance. You will eventually give up the rook for the e pawn. The point you were making about rook a1, I think for Hari, these moves are so intuitive. He's just so strong at endgames and understands these points so well about driving your opponent's king as further away as possible that it comes very naturally to him. And we might even see a repetition here with rook c1, rook c2, because after e1, rook e1, black might have to be careful with those two pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. Something similar has happened, except once again, David showing his endgame technique, forcing Hari to take the pawn on e2, not on e1. So the king is just a step ahead. And in these endgames, that's often the difference. Chess is tragedy by one tempo. And the one tempo can make a difference between a win and a draw. But now the G pawn is just too far away from the black's king. So I do expect that black will not be able to save it in time. David trying his best, though, not caring about the h4 pawn, just trying to bring his king onto the G pawn in time. Rook C5 check and get his king towards the G pawn. It's not going to be easy.
I don't think it's possible. I mean, G6, if you just draw some arrows to look at some lines, you go Rook C5 check to make some space for your king. Go King F6, King G4, or King F4, whatever, G7. And now you have to go back with the Rook. And King F7, you're just far away from defending that pawn.
Yeah, two tempos. In fact, we have G7 on the board. Rook C6 check played by David. I think he's just going to play Rook C7, Rook G7 and make a draw with two kings.
But amazing play by Hari there, no? He literally took no time also in his decision to go G5 instead of H5. Something that mere mortals like us might at least take a few seconds to decide. Moves like Rook A1, as you mentioned, which decide the difference between half a point or losing the game. And there we have it. A tough game for Hari, and he manages to defend it. Endgame technique is something that he's really known for, and he shows why that's the case. And with that, it's a wrap for round 2 of the day. Let's take a look at our results and how this round finished. We've had some blood on the board with Anish Giri crashing through against Vidit. Vidit with an opening mistake, there was no coming back, and Anish just absolutely on point and super sharp. Bishop H6. What a spot, finishing it with a checkmate. Gukesh and Arjun, I have to say I was slightly disappointed with this quick draw that these two players made. It's just something that we're not used to seeing by youngsters. And I wish this would have been a longer game, but this out of the opening, perhaps Gukesh thought there was nothing better to do than to repeat in that position. Hari, David, a hard-fought draw. Nordebek winning a big game against Richard Rappo. Niels Grandilis, his second loss in a row against Aditya. Sri, you must be happy. Aditya is a student as well.
Absolutely. I didn't expect him to score a point so early in this tournament, Tania. Also to point out that Aditya is probably the only non-grandmaster in this field. Everyone else is a grandmaster. Aditya has made 3 grandmaster norms, but he hasn't yet reached 2500.
Oh, wow. The way he plays is just, it's not even a question in one's head, you know? You just feel like he's got to be a grandmaster.
Absolutely. He's quite close up there. He's been close for a few months now. And I guess the Indian chess tour, the 4th leg of the Indian chess tour was his big break. And this tournament will give him a world of confidence, or at least a world of experience.
Interesting. And let's take a look at the matchups coming up for game 3. And there we have it. We've got Shak against Anish. That is going to be one exciting game. Really looking forward to that. Eric Hansen, who lost to Magnus Carlsen in game 2, will take on Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Vincent against Magnus. This is going to be a fun one as well. Vincent mentioned in the Julius Baer Generations Cup that it's always something that he looks forward to play against the world champion. And I think that's something true for all youngsters. For them, it's a big fight and something that they're hungry for. Aditya takes on Daniel, while Richard against Niels. We've got David Anton playing Nordebek, Archon against Hari again. I think we're going to, of course, see a lot of Indians face each other because we've got five Indians playing here. Vidit against Gukesh. Wow, 2 Indian matchups there, Sri.
Yeah, 2 exciting Indian matchups, Tania, especially the Vidit Gukesh matchup. It's a bit of clash of generations. Vidit, he's not, I mean, you wouldn't look at him and say he's old, but looking relatively at Gukesh, Arjun, this whole generation, Nihal Prag and Ronak, he's like almost 10 or 12 years younger. Sorry, 12 years older. And the clashes between Vidit and this generation, it's always interesting. It's always decisive from what I've seen. Vidit looking to beat them, but so far he hasn't had the best of scores against them in this format, the shorter format, the rapid and the blitz. So he will be looking to get back. And in recent times, it's Vidit who has been on the ascendancy. That fabulous performance in ECC, 6 out of 6. And he has been really trying to come out with a sort of Vidit 2.0. He's been trying a lot of new openings that you just wouldn't expect to see from Vidit at all. He's been taking a lot more risks. He's come out of his comfort zone, and it looked like ECC was just the start of a series of good tournaments for him. So This is going to be exciting to see if Vidit keeps his upward trend or if Gukesh manages to break it.
I think right now, looking at Vidit on our screen, the big thing for Vidit would be just to forget about his loss against Anish. It's not so much about the result, but more about how the game actually went and what happened out of the opening. That can be very disappointing and something that you need to leave behind. You need to stop thinking about it. And Vidit there's a nice little portrait artwork of him behind on his wall as well. And probably just doing a little bit of meditation there, getting into the zone for his next game. Sri, you know Vidit really well. You're a dear friend of his, as well, you've guided him in many, many tournaments. What do you think is his mind space right now?
I think his mind space is to just come back with a win. He will be super motivated. He will just want to hit back. It's like the Rocky movies. When Rocky was punched, he would try to hit back immediately. So I think that's the kind of mindset that Vidit will be having.
Interesting. We're being informed that while Vidit is getting ready for his next round, we haven't had an Anish tweet. Slightly surprised there.
Yeah, the mentalism not quite working, Tania.
I should just stick to chess. But regardless, you've got a very exciting round coming up. You mentioned the clash of generation between Vidit and Gukesh, but also Arjun versus Hari, right? Again, of course, they've played in the Indian team at the Olympiad, but this also is a clash of generation. So two super exciting matchups coming up. Also, Vincent against Magnus. Once again, the same thing about these prodigies, this new wave of chess, which is coming and taking over. They feel so much at home playing against this established elite players of the chess world. So that's also another super matchup. And Shak versus Anish. That's the poll that I want. I want to see what our chat thinks. Will it be Shak attack or will it be Anish Giri in this one? Who will take this game? Shak has played some brilliant chess in game 1 against Magnus. Anish also fresh from his victory, his crushing victory against Vidit. What will be the result of this chat? Tell us. We've got about a minute. Let's see if we can have our player screens up and take a look at who's there and who's not there yet. Look at that. We've got Vidit ready. We've got Richard ready. Shak, Vincent, Daniel Naroditsky, Arjun, one by one. The players are joining in. Aditya as well. We're waiting for Gukesh. That's an interesting photo of Gukesh because it almost feels like it's him, especially given how
I know, right? Yeah.
It really does because he's always so still, right? Anyway, during games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so easy. It's so easy to get fooled into thinking that Gukesh is actually there. And Gukesh has had a bit of a shaky start here, yeah. Two draws, not what you'd have thought from Gukesh, and he was not in the driver's seat in either of those games.
It's funny that you say the most solid start is a shaky start for Gukesh. 2 draws for, a debutant at the event, with this different time format. I think definitely, probably could have been more decisive games, but also a solid start in one way, especially against this kind of a field. And we see Magnus has joined us as well. The players are ready to go any moment. Vincent against Magnus, a big matchup there.
Yeah. Vincent against Magnus, one of the big matchups. Oh, we do have the start of a few of the games. And Shak starts with the Jabava London.
That is interesting. The Jabava London is an opening that we don't very often see at the top level as much, but it's always not very pleasant to face in these shorter time formats. You have to know what you're doing against it.
Absolutely, Tania. It's a very interesting line because in the classic openings, the Queen's Gambit and all these lines, you break your head and it's still equal. So why not start with a position which is equal, but you have a fresher position from 10 moves instead of the 25th move. And Black has a number of different options against the Jabava London to objectively equalize, but it's not that straightforward. You still need to know your nuances. And this opening, it has really taken off in recent times.
No, it really has, especially in online chess. Like you mentioned, it's not easy to face it. And there is a lifetime repertoire course. It's not an opening that one would expect to be a lifetime opening, but definitely a great surprise. And if you're looking for it, check it out. I think it's by Hans on the Jabava London. It's a very comprehensive course on how to play it. And look at that. Shak plays the Jabava London and then makes the move h4.
Yeah, he makes the move h4. I do expect h5 to be followed up sooner or later. This knight goes to e5. The center is closed. I think it's really useful to look at the pawn structure in any opening. Here, black has gone for this pawn structure, the French pawn structure, or the Queen's Gambit declined. And here the bishop gets stuck on c8, and it's not so easy to open up the center. You can't get an e5 at any point. You can do it with c5, which is what black would be looking to do, I think. Insert c6, get the knight out, and then play c5 out directly. But these kind of positions, it allows the white knight to e5, the bishop to d3, and build up an attack on this side. So black has to be quick with his counterplay. Queen b6, I expect white to just play rook b1, not make any weaknesses.
Well, another way to fight against this queen b2 is a move like a3 as well, right? Which has this very famous trap that after queen b2, which is impossible, you can go knight a4 and the queen doesn't have a retreat. You also stop any jumps on b4, whether by the bishop or the knight. So I think it's between a3 and rook b1 that white will take a call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
a3 is also a typical idea here.
All right, while this heats up, let's continue with our opening tour and take a look at some of the other games. And I see a very interesting start in the Vidit Gukesh game. Let's jump to that one and look at that. There's an h4 on the board and that as well. And both players, with the speed that they've got going on, it feels as if they're in familiar territory. Tell us about this opening.
Tania, it started with 1d4. And Gukesh responded with g6, the modern defense, which has been Magnus's favorite weapon in the last few months, beating all these young kids with the anti-young player chess, in Magnus's words. And with it going for e4, c4 is the other principal move here. It goes into the King's Indian territories. e4 goes into the Perk modern, the modern defense kind of variations. And out here, black has two main moves, two main ways to play against the center. One is the line with c6. d6 is common in all these lines, and black delays the development of the knight so that bishop h6 is guarded against after a bishop e3, queen d2. And there is the line with c6 and there is the line with a6. In recent times, Magnus has been doing a lot of this a6 move. It's slightly different from the c6 b5 lines. a6, against a6, it's possible for white to go h4. And I think here, knight f6, h5, knight into h5, rook into h5 was the Prague Magnus game in the Generations Cup, which was very powerful for white. Gukesh probably knows it. He just goes h5, preventing any such direct lines. And here, as far as I know, with white, I would wait for black to either play the knight to d7 or the bishop to b7 before getting my knight to h3. To get the knight directly to h3, it can get exposed to this move bishop into h3, which I would prefer to avoid if I was white, because I want to have my knight on g5. Ideally, I would like to start with queen d2 here and wait till black plays the bishop to b7 or the knight to d7. Knight f6 is delayed here, and then get my knight to g5. And this is one of the good setups for white here. Vidit doesn't go for this. He starts with knight h3, which to the best of my knowledge is a bit of an inaccuracy. This allows black to get rid of this bishop, which makes things easier, makes life easier, because traditionally in the modern, black suffers from lack of space. So you get one piece out. It makes things a lot easier, and there are just more squares for your pieces. So knight d7, queen d2, b5. I'm not sure if the evaluation bar already shifted when white allowed bishop into h3, but could potentially have. And now Gukesh just regains control of the center, starts fighting for the center. b5 is one way to do that. In the future, b4 can come, evicting this knight out of c3, which controls the center. And another way to do it is to just get the pawn to e5, which is what he did here.
Very interesting and a very complex middle game with no pawns being traded off, and it looks like black has managed to solve at least part of the space problem that you were mentioning, especially with b4 always in the air, already striking in the center. And I think regardless of what the evaluation bar says, it's really all game. I don't think black is feeling like he's in any danger anymore. White, on the other hand, still needs to decide what to do with his king, because you can't really go short castle anymore. Also, long castle is something you need to think about once a4 is committed. You're sort of hesitant to play that move. So some decisions that Vidit needs to make after e5, he decides to trade on e5. And the question is that will black take knight e5, which allows this weakness on d6? I would not be very happy giving that weakness on d6. On the other hand, d takes e5. Well, d takes e5 does block the bishop on g7. So I don't know, Sri, but I think I still would want to recapture with the pawn.
I would prefer to recapture with the knight, Tania, because although this d6 pawn is a weakness, it's not so easy for white to attack it, because as black, I'm also threatening things like b4 and d5. So the first question for white, where does the king go? Does the king stay in the center, go to the queen side, or the king side? If the king stays in the center, then as black, I just want to open up the e file with d5. So I start with b4, let's say something like rook d8, rook d1, b4, the knight moves away, and now d5. And black gets a lot of counterplay against the king in the center. So this is a potential danger for white, and I can imagine that Gukesh would so love to get this kind of activity against the king. If the king goes short castle, then the h4 pawn is, after all that, he just takes d takes e5.
Well, he takes d takes e5, and I think one of the things that could have worried him about knight takes e5 is the direct move a takes b5, because let's just go back here. Knight e5, a b5, you don't want to take this pawn with the c pawn. You want to take a b5, and maybe this immediately puts a lot of pressure on the d6 pawn. cb is not something you want. After rook a8, queen a8, you're looking at losing the d6 pawn. Queen a1 is just the check, because white can fall back even with the knight defending the b2 pawn. Your knight on e5 is under attack, and maybe this is what Gukesh did not like. He didn't like this idea that he might have to take with the c pawn, and instead decided to recapture in the center with d5.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, Tania. So he goes d takes e5, and with it takes on b5, as you pointed out, a takes b5, but now there's no d6 pawn weakness. So with it just brings his rook into the game. King f2, queen e7, and now rook d1. On the other hand, black's activity does not flow now. His pieces are not jumping at white's king. And although the h4 pawn is a weakness, with it will be able to defend it with bishop g5.
All right, well, the game continues. We will come back to this. You mentioned a really interesting thing, Sri, about these experienced players, and especially Magnus playing anti-young player chess. And that is something that he said in his interview, that that's the opening approach he has against the young blood. And it feels like that's exactly what he's done against Vincent as well. We see Vincent has burned a lot of clock out of has burned a lot of his time right out of the opening. And it's a very non-theoretical battle. What do we make of the current position?
It's some kind of a closed Sicilian reversed, I would say. It started off with 1 c4, e5, d3, which is what Vincent is doing so far in this tournament, Tania. And it's quite similar to starting with 1 c4, e4, c5, knight f3, d6. And black has a number of ways to play here. Knight f6, d5 would exactly mirror the closed Sicilian. But Magnus went for this line with bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5, which keeps the center closed. Kind of similar to these kinds of positions, bishop b5, bishop d7, a4. So the position we have in the live right now is quite similar to these positions that you would see in a Sicilian, except that it's reversed. So it's Vincent who's playing Sicilian. And the extra tempo doesn't really matter. I expect Magnus will take the knight back and try to get in f5 in this position after knight e4. It's also an option to take and go for something like this. Oh yeah, he's gone for exactly that. But I'm not sure how this helps black.
All right, an f6 played, so he's just fighting.
But what I do remember is that if this d6 pawn is not a weakness, if the pawn is not on c6, then knight into e4 is a lot more a better version to open up the d file if the pawn is well protected.
Okay, still a complex middle game, and we see that Magnus has taken this decision, but he's also playing f6 to just make sure that white's bishops are restricted. The a4 pawn, also this pawn structure in the center, it doesn't make life very easy for white to open up, having a double bishop advantage. So this will develop. Let's jump back to the Jobava London game between Shak and Anish. We left it after queen b6, and a3 was played in that position, defending the b1, the b2 pawn. Let's take it from here because we have a very fascinating current position. So let's get up to date with this one.
Fascinating, Tania. Anish going for c5. He was trying to open up the center and get his counter activity. Shak just takes on e6, takes the knight out, preventing it from creating any chances. He doesn't bother about the queen stopping his castle because it's clear that he wants to keep his king in the center. h5 with the threat of h6. Black prevents it. And already after g4, there's a lot to worry as black. White is crashing open one of the lines against the black's king by force. Knight into g4 makes sense because at least Anish is getting a pawn. And after rook g1, he blocks it with f5. He blocks the line with f5. Not for too long. White has knight e5 anyway. And the g file is going to be opened one way or another now.
Well, but it's not that easy as well, right? Because after c takes d4, well, immediately, do you want to take knight takes g4? Because let's first take a look at that. Knight g4, you simply go fg4. And after queen g4, there's bishop f6. And let's say bishop takes...
It's not easy, yeah? I mean, you had to think for a few seconds just to see if bishop f6 survives.
Yeah, true. And we don't, I mean, bishop h6, maybe the line still continues, but it's not clear because there are moves like e5 in the air, rook f7 just keeps everything under control. And this just gives black a lot of play. So instead, Shak decides to go e takes d4 and bishop f6 on the board, hitting that knight on e5. The evaluation bar doesn't approve of this move. And the first question is, all right, I see the idea. So knight g4 doesn't work because of the threat that we pointed out, that after queen g4, you always have the move e5. You hit the queen, you hit the bishop, you win the game. But
yeah, knight g4 doesn't work, Tania, but you can take with the rook. Which is what he's gone for.
Sacrifice the exchange. What's going on here? fg4?
Just, I think it's a long-term sacrifice because the bishop is not out, the rook is not out. It's quality over quantity, you know. White has less pieces, but the pieces are of more quality. Black has more pieces, but they're not coming into the game.
And Shak doesn't hesitate. He goes for your idea of sacrificing the exchange. As you mentioned, quality over quantity. And I think for a player like Shak, this comes so naturally to him to just play for the initiative. He's playing against that light squared bishop. Eventually, after long castle, or even a move like king d, okay, maybe king d2 is too much, but long castle, get that rook into the game. Rook will come to g1, bishop h6 in the air. Anish Giri, you can tell from his body language, he's not loving his position.
Yeah, I think this rook into g4 idea is just super strong, and you got to love the creativity that these kind of openings offer, you know, the room for creativity. You have these fresh lines, fresh positions, which start from quite early. And I think that's one of the most lovely things about the Jobava London.
Yeah, it starts off as an opening that, you know, might just be very well sober and calm. And then suddenly this h4, h5, g4 stuff comes in and you're sort of missing that calmness now. And we see an exchange sacrifice. Once again, this shows the kind of poison that's there in the Jobava London. Now, bishop h6 is a really big threat. Anish there, absolutely worried. You can't go king h8 because knight g6 is coming in. So you can't even sidestep from the pin. Bishop e5 is not a trade you want to make after bishop e5. Just bishop e5, that's a monster bishop. Long castle, rook g1, pressure on the g7 would be absolutely killing. What's the move here for white, for black?
That's a very difficult question for a human to answer. Unlike the Shaq Magnus game, where Magnus had a ready-made way to parry Magnus's attack, here it's just not easy to keep the lines closed. Ideally, you would at least want to try and run away from the king. There's no space to do that. The rook is midway. The rook is blocking the escape. There's no way to sacrifice something and fight your way out. But maybe rook f7 is a move. By the process of elimination, white can just ignore this and go long castle. But rook f7 is possible. And it just gives some protection for white. Now I want to take bishop into e5 when white goes bishop into h6 if I'm defending. So rook f7 and then I'll try to get my pieces out.
I don't care. I'm a material girl. I'm going to take knight f7. Why am I not taking that rook?
You could take knight f7, but this just allows me to save myself from checkmate. Yeah.
Long castle, are you sure you're going to survive this? Because e5, I have queen g6, right?
True. e5, you have queen g6, but this doesn't look pretty either.
It doesn't look pretty at all, no?
Bishop d7, there's knight into d5. I just can't find moves for black here.
And after king e7, I'm also looking at knight into d5. I don't know if it works or not. Maybe it's too soon because after rook e1 check, you'll have bishop e6. So maybe that's getting a little carried away with stuff.
But you can just do bishop e5 here, Yeah. That's just it's too much time to defend the g8 point.
I love bishop e5. Get rid of the only defender of black's position, that bishop on f6 with all the pieces stuck on queen side. That's how you play this position. Queen g4, big trouble to Anish. We'll come back to this one. Meanwhile, I also see that Aditya is making a lot of progress in his game. Let's jump over to the Aditya Daniel Naroditsky board. And 1 second, he's got an extra pawn. He's a pawn up, a clear pawn up, and with a free hand on the queen side, right? Eventually, you want to go b4, you want to go a4, you want to go b5, a5, a6, b6, a7, a8, queen. And I know I'm pushing my luck, but it's kind of hard.
Black can also make moves, Tania.
Really? Is that how chess works?
Yeah, but unfortunately.
I was about to say that the only thing that I see in black's position is to try for an e5 break for counterplay.
Yeah, but it's actually not that easy to make progress with white here, I think. Bishop a5, probably he'll place something like c6, just defend this pawn. And the problem for white here is there is no immediate pawn break. And this e5 pawn break, which black has, it can come under some really uncomfortable circumstance for white. So although this is just a pawn up, it's one of the more difficult positions to convert, I think, practically.
I mean, I am sure that we're going to see b4, a4, b5, and this pawn advance at some point. Not sure when Aditya decides to do it, but right now he continues to improve his pieces. Well, e5 is not possible right now because of a nice little tactic, and maybe we can ask chat. How would chat respond to the move e5 here? Maybe there are many ways to respond to it, but I especially like one of them. So chat, while you think about how you would play with e5, I think we can conclude about this position that Aditya definitely in driving seat with that extra pawn, but it's all about whether it will be enough or not. Meanwhile, I see that Richard Rappo against Niels Grandelius is really heating up and not in the way Niels would want it to.
Yeah, Niels is having a tough tournament here. I think he's lost both the games, right? Yeah, he's lost both the games so far. And this one is also not going his way. He's actually a pawn up, but no, he's not a pawn up. It's equal material, but rook into b6 doesn't work because of this tactic with bishop into f5, the discovered attack. And if he doesn't take the pawn, then this pawn becomes really powerful on b7.
All right, things look bad here. And by the way, Bala is telling us f takes e5 in that little puzzle we had. And that's what I thought as well. Let's just go back to that position really quickly, where we were looking at if black can actually get out of trouble with e5. And absolutely, f e5, bishop c7 is the point. And let's say you play rook b5 here, or rook b7. After bishop takes e5, you win the pawn. And bishop c5, there's a nice little idea with rook f4, forcing the queen to g6. And now you've got the stunning rook g4. hitting that pawn on g7. And this is a nightmare. Maybe you can also start with bishop g7, but yeah, rook g4 or bishop g7.
Yeah, I guess the chat got a easy clue because they're obviously looking for material. And but bishop c7 is a neat little trick, which is exactly what Aditya wants. So black can start this whole thing with rook b7, but that would run into some queen e6. Yeah, you don't care about the e3 pawn. You just want to take the c6 pawn and open the way for your c pawn.
Queen a6 is nice, and after queen e3, you just go rook f2 and you win the c6 pawn, and black's position will... Rook b7, by the way, on the board.
Oh, he's played it.
Rook
He's
b7
played it,
play.
and queen a6 expected, no?
Well, he has to be okay with giving queen e3 and realize that after rook f2, there's no check and you win the c6 pawn and be happy about it. But he might even just decide to keep the position because it's so pleasant.
I think Aditya will play queen e6. He's
Well,
quite
you know him.
concrete in general.
Let's see, chat, how well does Sri know Aditya? Will he go for queen a6 or not?
Let's see. It's a lot of pressure on me, but
I have to say, whenever Peter is here, whenever he's on, he's literally calling out all of Vincent's moves. It's before Vincent plays them, and he's always on point.
yeah, that doesn't help with the pressure.
All right, well, we will see what Aditya decides, but it's looking really good for him, and Daniel Naroditsky in some trouble in this position. Where should we go to meanwhile? Let's get an update on the Anish board, because last we left it, Anish was in big trouble.
It seems like he's found the best defense though, Tanya. b5 is one move that doesn't lose right away, and it's a strong move. Black wants to play b4, and even if white castles long, black can still play b4 and create some counter chances.
That's an interesting way to actually handle the trouble. No, try and create your own counterplay. I like it. b5, b4, and is that on the board?
b5 is on the board, so b5 is the position, and white is thinking right now.
So what do you have in mind if white does go with bishop h6? Are you going to take on e5, or do you continue with b4?
If white takes bishop h6, then I don't, which is what happened, by the way, I don't mind taking bishop into e5 because this is not as bad as the bishop being on e5. And I probably not want to allow.
Just for fun, we have to try this line. I want to go long castle.
And,
okay, I wanted to go b4 and rook g1 and give up the knight, but I can also take queen b4. But let's just see what happens after b4, rook g1.
We should probably continue with b takes c3 to see where the line goes, yeah? Just for
take on g7,
to keep up with the spirit of the line.
Yeah, just to understand the dangers that black has.
Yeah, and now after c takes b2, there's just king b1. So I think this should be lost. This should be checkmate.
So maybe you still have to be really careful after even giving up and taking that knight on e5, long castle, rook b1 coming in. You do have rook g1, sorry, you do have this defense with queen b7, but also the bishop on f6 is just a critical defender for Anish. And he might be a little hesitant giving it up for the e5 knight.
True, that's a very valid point. He might be reluctant to give it up, Tanya, for sure. In fact, he doesn't take bishop into e5. He's gone for queen b7 in the game. Not committing it, but this just allows white to get back with bishop f4 and makes black's defense a nightmare. Not that it was a great position to defend in the first place, but I think this just makes it worse.
And not to mention the h-pawn can join the attack now with h6 coming in. Of course, long castle and rook g1 is always in the air, but I'm also really worried about h6. I love the move bishop f4 that you're pointing out, because that simply takes away black's opportunity of capturing on e5 forever now. And then you don't have rook f7.
Yeah, and white can even play something like king d2 on rook g1 or put the king on c1, whichever way, but he just needs to bring the rook to g1, pawn to h6. I think Shak is just going to win this game. It seems quite difficult to be able to get back as black here.
All right, it looks like it's difficult for black in this one. The one position where I see black has the upper hand is the Abdul Sattarov board against David Anton. And we see here Evalbar gives quite a big advantage to black. And I'm trying to understand why. Because I kind of really like white's, well, Alekhine's battery or Alekhine's gun, as they call it, with these three pieces, the rook, queen, and the rook on the a file, putting pressure on the a7 pawn. d6 is a weakness. And I think it all just comes down to white's bishop on g3, which is a little dead. But I'm still a bit shocked at the kind of advantage that black has. And maybe this answers why. Rook h8. Is there a queen f6, queen h6 idea?
That certainly is. While Alekhine's gun is pointing at a7, even if white manages to win it and invade into black's territory, white is not winning anything major. But if black manages to do that, black wins the king and it's game over. So
Black wins the king. I love that. If you can win the king, go for it. Okay, let's take a look at this line. What happens after rook a7? Let's get greedy with the a7 pawn and see if this idea is actually what Abdul Sattarov has in mind. So you trade on a7, I'm guessing, rook a7, queen a7, and queen f6 is the point.
yeah, queen f6 is the point. White can still escape with king f1, king e2, Tanya. It's still not totally. Oh no, this allows some rook h1 check. Yeah, rook h1, there's king e2. The a1 rook is protected. So there's still some defense here for white. And if white manages to escape and consolidate, then maybe white is not doing so bad.
Yeah, because after knight f4, you've got bishop f4. So it's still not checkmate, at least. But it's kind of unpleasant.
Exactly.
It's still unpleasant for white. Because let's just show that position. Knight f4, bishop f4. And maybe e takes f4 is interesting because I hit that c3 pawn. I want to go g4, f3 and really box up your king on f1 as well. So I have all these attacking ideas in the position, and this could get very unpleasant for white.
Absolutely. This can get very unpleasant for white. If the white king is not able to escape safely, the black king, on the other hand, has absolutely nothing to worry about. So the queen and the rook can go anywhere. I don't like this position for white. It seems quite difficult to defend as well. So David, on the back of two very good positions, for the first time, he's defending a worse position. And it's interesting to see if he'll be able to get out of this one.
Chat saying knight f4 looks so tempting, and I couldn't agree more with it. I think
it's super strong, I think.
Yeah, it's just super strong because even though you trade a really strong knight for this bishop, but you get these pawns into the attack, and it's just going to be very tough to handle. And David Anton down to 3 minutes on the clock. He can sense the danger, and look at the clock situation. Nordeberg has got 6 minutes, a 6-minute advantage, plus a stunning idea down the h-file. So creating a lot of problem here. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's go back to the Vidit Gukesh board. Lots of developments on that one.
Wow, a lot of development, and it's gone into an opposite color bishop endgame with the queens on. But yeah, the queens on. The dark square bishop is so much more effective than Vidit's bishop, from what I can see, especially after something like c4. The knights are being traded right now. So if it goes to a position like this, and if black gets the pawn to c4, then Vidit has some real problems. So he will probably want to force black to take on d5 rather than take on b6 himself, and play something like queen b7.
All right, well, it's interesting, but I think we have to head to the Anish board. We will come back to this because this just looks like it could finish any moment. White has got everything that we were talking about. In fact, has sacrificed his bishop on g7. In true Shaq attack style, we see an attack down the board. Really quickly, Sri, let's just back up a few moves and see how we got here. Last we left it, queen b7 was played. And what happened then?
Queen b7, Shaq just went long castle, Tanya. Anish played a5, which is very natural, trying to get some counterplay. And here Shaq played this brilliant move, knight takes b5. Just distracting the queen from g7. Anish obliged, and he just sacrificed everything. He sacrificed a rook. Now he sacrifices another bishop. Bishop into g7. bishop into g7, and now h6. He's down by a rook and a minor piece, but after rook a7, the point is not rook g1, covering the black king with your pawn on g7, but rook h1, threatening h7 and knight g6. It's a brilliant attack.
I mean, I am mind blown, Sri. You know, we know this is Shak's style and everything, but in this game alone, he's made 3 sacrifices. He sacrificed rook into g4, the first one, which actually you spotted, and it was a really nice idea. And then goes on to give, let's just point out that square, rook into g4. Yeah, this was the moment. First sacrifice, chat. Then goes on to give up the knight on b5. Knight takes b5 just for a pawn to deflect black's queen, which is a defender. After queen takes b5, goes like, you know what, I haven't had enough of my sacrifices. Gives up another minor piece. Goes bishop takes g7.
Classic stuff. Legendary stuff.
This is legendary stuff. I mean, I barely make 1 sacrifice in 10 games. This is 3 sacrifices in 1 game.
Yeah, amazing. And it's time to finish the game now, yeah, with h7 check and probably h8 queens.
Okay, this is
or do you think he's going to go for queen g7 just for fun?
Okay, that's too much. I wouldn't be able to take it. If there's another queen g7, oh my god, you know what? I want to see queen g7. Chat, will we see queen g7? But is it
that would be so complete, no, Tania? He sacrificed a rook, he sacrificed a knight, a bishop, and queen is the only piece remaining.
He sacrifices everything and wins the king. 1 second, but is queen g7 actually winning, or are we getting carried away?
It could be. King g7 runs into checkmate.
Yeah, but there's rook g7, rook g8, which is that there's knight g6. Let's just take a look at this line, chat. And there's still knight
g6. Tania, that is knight g6.
Oh my god, chat. If you're going to see queen g7, I will not be able to contain myself. I strongly advise that you mute this channel if there's a queen g7, because there potentially might be a scream.
Okay. Thanks for the warning. I'm going to do it before the chat. Oh, meanwhile, Arjun has won the game against Hari Krishna. Tania. Oh my god!
I cannot believe it, Srinath. What on earth just happened?
Wow, Shak is having full fun here. What a game.
Oh my god, this is not the game of the tournament. This is the game of the Champions Chess Tour. Shakri and Mamadano sacrificing a knight, a bishop, a rook, and a queen in 1 game.
Unbelievable. Legendary.
Oh my god.
Legendary.
I can't believe it. I just cannot believe this game. What is this? Chess is stunning.
This is beautiful. This is just so beautiful. I love it.
I mean, Anish has got to play this out. I know it's a complete shock for him as well, but somewhere he also must be, I don't know if he's actually admiring the madness of this game or he's just devastated right now. But rook g8, knight g6, as we are pointing out, unreal stuff here. If king f7, king f7 would have run into rook h7, and rook h7 comes in anyway. Is there mate to follow? Where's the mate here?
Rook h7, king d6 has to be played, and at the very least, white can go queen d8 check here. You have to keep giving checks, otherwise black gives you checkmate.
I mean, imagine you go queen c8 after all this, after all the sacrifices, you end up with an extra piece and then queen f1 checkmate. No, that's not how this is going to end.
It could happen because it's a mouse slip. It's a very mouse slippable move.
Oh my god, queen d8, bishop d7. But
and now we need to make rook d7 work, yeah?
Another sacrifice? Okay, what are you even saying?
So there are 2 rooks in a chess game, so just sacrificing 1 rook is not enough.
When you're Shak, you need to sacrifice every single piece on the board. Knight e5 check played. So Shak will show us the way. But Sri, I cannot get over this game. What was this?
It's a Shak masterpiece.
This is a masterpiece. This is down for the history books on how to conduct an attack, just not caring about the pieces, but do not try this at home.
Absolutely. Now you can take queen into c8, but he just stops any rook f1 check. He's had enough of sacrifices. Now it's time to, and
Anish resigns. Let's just have this position on the board. Let's just point out that Shak again sacrificed a knight, a bishop, a rook, and a queen in this game, ends up in this position where he's up one pawn. And Black's king is in absolute devastation here. He's crushing this position. I cannot believe what we have just witnessed right now.
Me too, Tanya. I'm speechless. And Anish, who checkmated with it in round 2, is on the receiving end of a brilliant attack. Anish himself sacrificed a piece against Vidit, checkmated him. It's amazing. It's amazing how interesting the games are in this tournament.
I'm still reeling from this. And Anish also in absolute shock. He is checking where things went so wrong for him out of the opening. And you know, this was the Jabava London, right? It started.
Yes, this was a Jabava London.
And this just shows how dangerous this opening is. And with this h4, h5, can we just really quickly, Sri, show all the sacrifices that happen in this game? Just the points. One more time, starting from this stunning move. Let's just back up over here. The knight on g4. And this was the first moment of brilliancy where, well, currently, let's just back up one move. Yeah, right here. And where for strategic advantage and compensation and just the stronghold, Shakhriyar decides to give up the exchange. He goes rook takes g4, f takes g4, and then picks up this pawn with the queen. A dominating position, but still far from winning. And let's just play on till the moment where the second sacrifice happened. So we felt that Anish choosing the most active way to defend, and this was here. Just unbelievable stuff. Shak, not having enough, gives up the knight for the pawn, goes knight b5. Deflects the queen on b7. Once that queen has gone from there, he gives up the bishop on h6. Bishop g7, opening up the g file. He makes it look so simple. And after bishop g7, the h pawn came into the game. So I think he starts with rook, he goes with h6. Let's just keep playing to the point.
Rook a7, rook h1, and
oh my God, This was the moment. This was the moment. I thought you were joking when you mentioned this move. Chat, here, queen takes g7. Amazing stuff.
I know. I know. Amazing stuff. Beautiful game.
Unbelievable. This is a beautiful game. And I think all of this was what, like in under 25 moves, all these sacrifices, queening an h pawn and winning the game. Definitely, I think a win to remember. Big shock, as Tom is saying, absolutely agree. Let's take a look at some of the other action. Completely forgot about that.
And it seems like we are towards the end of the Magnus game, Tanya. The Vincent against Magnus. Vincent has just 15 seconds, but he's under a lot of pressure. He found the only move, queen b4. Magnus had just played the knight to g4. Using the spin, and there was the threat of a checkmate here. He found the only move, queen b4, with just 15 seconds, and the game is still quite tense.
Very tense.
Look at the amount of pieces that are hanging here. It almost feels like all of them are holding a gun against each other, you know, and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is crazy. Every piece is loose. Every piece looks like it's pinned. Everything's attacked. And it takes a little while to get used to it in such a high tension position. And Vincent playing on seconds is just amazing.
Rook
Queen b4.
d4.
Look at Magnus blunders with rook d4.
Yeah, this queen b3 check. I think this is what he missed. Or is the queen d5? Oh, but then there's take and rook g4. But Vincent is not able to see it with just a few seconds remaining. He takes rook g4. And I guess you can just take the rook, no? It goes into this endgame.
But now queen b3 check, you'll just move the king.
Yeah, I'll just move the king.
Okay, so the check doesn't help, and now you're saying just go bishop d4. He goes.
Yeah,
bishop...
he takes on e1 first. He takes on e1 and now goes queen g4. Same idea, but he's just clarified. He keeps the queen on. Queen's on this way. The queens don't get traded. So it's still game on. Vincent's still under pressure.
But let's just go back to that moment when actually it was that one little moment. And here we saw rook d4 and the bar jumps straight across, and you pointed out the move queen b3 check. Start with queen b3 check. And the point is that you can't move the king because the rook on d1 is hanging. So you actually have to interject the check with the queen losing control of the g4 knight. So queen d5, you trade, and Vincent would have won a piece and won the game. A big miss here.
Yeah, it was completely against the run-off play, Tania, because until that point, it was Magnus who was dominating, and Vincent didn't have this evaluation bar shouting at him that there's a win. If he had that, he would have found queen b3 check for sure.
That is true. That's something that we speak a lot about in this during the commentary, that when we see the eval bar, we know that there's something happening, and it's so easy to spot when you know that there's something in the position. You can spot it in seconds, but when you're playing the game, you don't know that this is the moment. And it's so easy to just miss out on that. And now we see that things have gone horribly wrong for white. He starts losing the pawns one by one. The king is super unsafe.
Yeah, it was a time pressure. It was just too much pressure for Vincent. And this has been the theme of a lot of these Vincent Magnus encounters from what I've seen. Magnus just finds a way to put him under pressure on the clock, and it gets too complex at one point to play with a few seconds.
I wonder if either of the players, Magnus or Vincent, realized queen b3 after they'd made their moves, because it often happens that you played it and then you see what you missed. But the better part is
I don't think this was one of those cases, because queen b3 is totally against the run-off play, and basing it on the psychological factor, at least there would have been a reaction from Magnus if he had found it, which would have probably given it away to Vincent as well.
Well, Vincent was down to seconds, so I hardly believe he was checking the camera at that moment. But definitely now it looks like Vincent is on the defense, and it's not going to be an easy task with just 10 seconds on the clock and with all the activity for the queen and the rook. Magnus still needs to show some technique here.
Yeah, Magnus still needs to show some technique for sure, but Vincent just having 11 seconds and with the presence of the queen, as long as he doesn't blunder rook a3 and queen f8 check, you know.
He doesn't need to go into rook a3, queen f8, very important, but maybe rook b3, rook b2, especially after you made a move like g3. I really want to get my rook onto the second rank.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook b3, rook b2, one way of doing it. You can even play something like rook d1 and queen e4. Yeah, queen e4 is what he goes for. The queen on e4 totally dominant, and in these positions, some kind of tactic should work.
And I love how he's put all his pieces on light squares. White has got, well, a dark squared bishop. So you just play it safe first, make these moves really quickly, don't use up too much time. So improved his positions, and now he can think about ideas like rook d1, as you mentioned, or even rook a3, targeting that a4 pawn and going for rook a1 next. So lots of pleasant choices, but this looks like it's going to be a Magnus win.
Just don't take the a4 pawn, yeah? Just don't allow these kind of stuff, which can still happen if you're not concentrated
100%.
enough.
In a bullet game, or even when you're short on the clock, this is so easy to miss. And rook e3 played instead. Another idea, as you're pointing out, hits the bishop on e1, as well as with the idea of rook e2.
Yeah, bishop a5, and now the first rank is free. Just rook b2, queen e3, queen g3 incoming, I think. Or maybe just don't move the queen, just rook b1, you know. He doesn't want to move the queen because this might allow some queen f5 check stuff. So just keep the queen here. Something like rook b1, king f2, I can't really imagine it being able to hold for more than a few moves.
All right, well, this one looks like a Magnus win. Let's go on to the other live board that we have with Aditya against Daniel. Now, I was sure that, you know, with that extra pawn, it would be a matter of time and technique, but Aditya should be on his way. But you were right, it's not that easy, and the game continues. Daniel Naroditsky about a minute and a half. Rook pawn endings are always tricky. Aditya still has that extra pawn, and Black's king a little unsafe. What's going on here? Is this still huge advantage for white or closer to a draw now?
It's very complex, Tanya. I don't think it's close to a draw because the pawns keep going. The d4 pawn is lost for sure, but these g7 and h7 pawns are also very vulnerable. So Aditya needs to find a way to take these pawns in exchange for the d4 pawn. Something like h4 check comes to my mind. Also to get the king out into a mating net, or at least separate them from the g7 point, But the problem is king g4 also brings some counterplay for black. So it's a bit of a tricky move to play. And he's gone for rook c7, which is definitely safer. King h6. And it's just not easy for white to find a way to take the pawn. If he's not able, he goes rook f7, which is the right direction to go towards if he's playing for a win. But seems like black can defend with rook g4.
Very interesting. Rook g4 on the board. So he didn't care about rook a2 because that check would invite king h3, taking the g4 square, which is very important for black to use for defense. After rook g4, Aditya quickly gives a check on c6.
And now rook g6 or g6?
I think after rook g6, he'd be happy to trade and then go rook f4 perhaps.
Yes, he has to do this, I think. He has to do this. He's gone for this. Because I saw a cute move, rook d6, kind of hoping for takes. But black can just ignore it and take rook into d4 and nothing comes out of it. So he has to take on g6. And black takes with the pawn, so he can get in some g5. Do you still play rook f4 with the pawn on g6? I'm not so sure.
I kind of want to save the d4 pawn. I don't want to give that pawn up.
Material girl. Yeah, rook f4 is extremely natural with just 10 seconds to go. It's not an easy... he's going for the mating net.
Going for a mate. And I was just trying to look at this line. So let's just see what happens after rook takes d4. He's going to go c6 first, maybe, because rook f8, there's still king h7.
Yeah, but then why h4? Why not start with c6?
I think it might be the same thing, but let's take a look. So rook c4 and c7, but you still have king h7. So what is his idea? King h5 or king h7?
Yeah, I think it's just a panic move in time trouble, Tanya. It just doesn't feel good, this move. Because if he wanted to start with c6, c7, he should have done that first. And here he can decide whether h4 is important or not. When he started with h4, I think he loses a lot of flexibility. Also makes it easier for black to trade the pawns, which makes the game go closer towards a draw.
And he picks up, he first goes for g5 and then he picks up the d4 pawn and now rook takes g5. But it just feels like that d4 pawn, rook f4 was just such a nice move, keeping everything under control. I liked h4 as well, but yeah, this idea with g5 now...
Yeah, now it's winning for white again, I think. Because black just can't activate the rook.
Well, the dream is to try and trade the d pawn for the c pawn, but is that ever going to be a reality?
It could be. d4 now.
We're going to find out. d4 on the board. He goes king h3.
King h3 and now rook c3. Yeah, I think this is a draw now.
And this is what, this is the danger of this position after these trades. And I think now Tania is out of deep water and he has found his way.
He just shouldn't play king h5 here.
King h5, g4 would be a cute mate, but it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, king h7 played and now all the pawns traded. This goes into a draw. So that was a big advantage for Aditya, but black manages to defend it and it's going towards a draw.
Very close. That was a close call for Daniel and just goes on to show just how strong these players are. I mean, Aditya, he's 13 years old?
No, he's I think he's 15 or 16.
Okay, so he's, chat, maybe you can tell us, confirm how old he is, but definitely a very young, another prodigy from India, playing for the first time in the Champions Chess Tour with a win and almost again winning against Daniel Naroditsky as well. But this one looks like it's going to end in a draw. But Aditya,
I think even g5 check draws now.
Has a lot of reasons to be happy with the way day one has gone for him. g5 check, as you mentioned, is on the board after h takes g6. Do you just take rook g5 because rook e6, there's king h5?
he makes it even more sophisticated. Just king g7, and you can't win with the g pawn with the rook's on. The king and pawn in game is a win, but with the rook's on, it's just a draw.
All right, so not going for any rook g5, which may or may not have worked. Instead, king g7. Again, knowing all the rook pawn endings, these guys don't fear going for these positions where they know that they can just simply hold it with the double pawns. It shouldn't be difficult. The king is in front of the pawn. White's king is cut off. And this is going to end in a draw. Is this the last remaining game that we've got?
Yeah, this is the last remaining game we have.
Wow, chat, what a round that was.
Absolutely. So many interesting games, Tania. The game of Shark just taking the cake, that was just amazing. But even otherwise, there were just so many fighting games. This is just such a spectacular format.
And what makes
I should say that it was
fun is the mix of players that we've got, you know, because you've got these young talents who are always hungry and ambitious. And then you've got these elite players who are there to prove that it's not your time yet. And, you know, we're still here. The old, well, it's kind of tough to call them the old guard right now, but the current guard is still very protective of where they are. So it's always big fights. And that's what we see in these events. We see big turnarounds with time scrambles. You need so many skills in this kind of a format where it's, of course, about the chess, but also your control over the clock, your nerves, playing difficult positions. We saw what happened with Vincent and Magnus. Magnus making a one-move blunder, but so difficult to spot in seconds. Vincent missing that and still maintaining equality, but eventually it becomes difficult and losing that game. Hari Krishna surviving these difficult endgames, showing technique in time scrambles. It's a different animal, this format altogether.
Absolutely. And the format with 3 points for win and 1 point for draw is also an absolute game changer, I think. I've seen the games become so decisive after the change in format in this season.
I have chat in front of me and I was talking about how these young players are so hungry, and Yusas is saying, I'm also always hungry, but instead of my rating, my weight goes up.
I wouldn't relate to that. Neither the rating nor the weight.
You are not alone in that at all, Yusas. So rook c4 check, king h5, and now black just continues the barrage of checks. Rook c5. What white wants to do is go king h4 and g4, but that does little to make progress in the position.
Yeah, but Aditya's still just wanting to play, you know, the youthful energy. He just wants to keep playing. I think someone older would be happy to just make a draw and preserve the energy for the last game. But at this age, you just don't know where your energy ends.
Energy is not a problem when you're all of 15 years old. And the point is that after g5, white has a threat of king h5 and rook b7, but you're not in time. After g5, instead of playing rook c4 check, you simply fall back with the rook. You go rook to c1 and start giving checks from h1. So white is just not in time to make improvements. And now what Daniel is going to do is going to make sure that he keeps his rook on the 5th rank, not allowing white's king to step forward. And as soon as you go g5, he'll come behind the king, giving checks from h1.
Absolutely. Beautifully explained. And the king will have no shelter once the black rook starts checking from behind. I'm curious how far Daniel's time is going to go in this game.
Trade. And then it's a draw. This king pawn ending draws with king f6. And that's it.
5 minutes. Daniel's going to go for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah.
On point, your prediction on point, and there we have it. And Daniel's relieved. You can see the relief on his face after that game.
And the frustration in Aditya's body language.
The different emotions that chess brings on, absolutely. And there we have it. He knows he survived a tough one. We've got a final round of the day coming up. We're going to take a quick short break and be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pentala from India.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course we don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle, king on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oui.
Welcome back, chat. The final game of day 1 of the preliminaries of the Aimchess Rapid is about to start, and I'm still reeling in from all that we witnessed. Such attacking chess, the 2 games that stand out, Shak and Anish against Vidit. But oh my God, that game from round 3, I mean, I can't get over it. I feel like I won't be able to sleep tonight. I have to check it all over again. There were all these names that chat was giving Shak with Sacriard just for the sacks that he was making, and makes a lot of sense to me.
I loved it so much, and Shak's been playing amazing today. Yeah? He defeated Magnus as well, not to forget that. He defeated Magnus, and there we have the standings. The World Rapid Champion is leading after round 3, going into the last round.
The action on the board was so much that it was kind of easy to forget the kind of scores that the players have. And Nodebek Abdusattarov, the reigning Rapid World Champion with 9 points. and has had a fantastic start. This is his first Champions Chess Tour of the season. So definitely a dream day one for him. It's all about finishing in top 8. And then you've got Jan-Krzysztof Duda. By the way, I'm being corrected. He did play the first event of the tour. It didn't go as well as this one. Still a long one to go. We see we've got action already, and it's Anish Giri against Gukesh, and we've got a Ragozin. Let's take it from the top 3.
Once again, Tania, Anish starting with c4, e6, knight c3, d5, d4, just like the Anish Vidit game. But Gukesh playing knight, the same moves until the 5th move with bishop g5, but Gukesh deviating with bishop b4, which is something Gukesh has been playing the last few months. And Anish is just excellent at preparation. He's probably one of the best in the world, arguably one of the very, very best. And he was ready for this. He continued with e3. Now, we already looked at a similar position in the first game of this tournament, the game between Shak against Magnus, where when the knight is pinned like this with the bishop on b4 in a Nimzo-Indian kind of structure, black goes h6 followed by g5, just to forcefully get the pin out. And this doesn't spoil black's king's safety yet, because the black king hasn't committed to castling shot. Gukesh goes for it. This is usually followed by the knight to e4, queen c2, very similar position to that Nimzo-Indian game we saw earlier, which had the knight on c6. But Gukesh just going for h5 right away. Anish seems to be still in his prep. He continued with f3. These small differences, it can make a big difference in these kind of positions. Knight into g3, h into g3. Natural moves for black. The knight had nowhere else to go. He had to take the bishop, and bishop e6 on board. This is the live position, which looks strange.
That's actually a very appropriate word for this position, and I can't think of a better one. I think strange is just perfectly encapsulates the feelings around this. I mean, black has got these pawns on g5, h5. You probably want to go long castle at some point, so you started with bishop e6. White's pawn structure also, not very conventional here. I won't be surprised if we see both sides going for long castle, because at some point you need to decide about king safety. But yes, definitely a very strange opening, bishop e6, and Anish also feels like he needs to take his time to understand where to place his pieces. For black,
White actually has this interesting idea here, Tania. Queen a4 check, forcing black to play knight c6, and now bishop a6.
Oh, that is nasty. What is going on here? All right, so bishop b7 is a massive threat.
Yeah, and as far as I can see, black has to... Oh, he's just gone for a long castle. But I think this line is really pretty, because black has to take on a6, I think. You can play bishop c8, which looks wrong.
Okay, that would be ultra strange.
Exactly. But black can sacrifice the pawn and play with activity.
Well, instead, Anish decides to show his hands on where he wants to put his king, and it is long castle. I'm expecting black to continue with development and also put his king on the queen side eventually. But then it will all be the question about whether black has overextended with the h and the g pawns. Will they prove to be a weakness, or will black be able to also find targets along well on the g3 pawn and a3 played? So big question, do you trade on c3, or do you fall back with bishop to d6, attacking the g3 pawn immediately?
I would hesitate to trade on c3, to be honest. I would try to find a way to keep the bishop just out of instinct,
All right, we'll see how they react. Let's continue with a quick opening tour and see what is the other action that we have on the other boards. And let's take a look on the Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Vincent Kaymer, because a lot of moves have happened. We're almost in the middle game part of this one. Let's take it from the top and quickly get to the current position.
Oh, it started with one of these classic openings, the semi-Tarash, c takes d5, knight takes d5. And the standard moves, white goes for the center with e4. Trade, the dark square bishops get traded with bishop d4, bishop d2, bishop into d2, queen takes d2, short castle. And in recent times, it's quite trendy for white to play with the rooks on e1 and d1. After bishop c4, b6, knight d7 first, short castle b6. Here white has a number of different setups to go into, and I skimmed over this opening part quite fast, but this is just a mainstream theory and one of the most popular lines against 1d4 after this tabia. So we get to this position, the bishop usually gets placed on c4. For black, the setup is b6, bishop b7, and pressure against the d4 and e4 pawns. Short castle b6. Here white has quite a few different options, but in recent times, quite trendy to place the rooks on e1, d1, and black, just like the Grunfeld, tries to exert pressure on the white center with his pieces, starting with h6 and then following up with knight f6. In a lot of these lines, it's an option for white to play d5, e takes d5, and meet it with e5. But here it just simply doesn't work. Black can go knight e4, and white doesn't really gain anything out of this. So white just continues with e takes d5. But apparently all this is known to Vincent. He just goes queen d6, blockades the pawn. Knight d4, threatening knight f5, knight b5 related ideas. But now the knight on d4 blocks the d5 pawn from the white's pieces. So black just goes back to d7, covering the f5 point. And again, seems like everything is known to Vincent.
There's literally zero doubt about that. Vincent has got 17 minutes on the clock. That's way more time than what he started with, showing some very high level prep there. Meanwhile, Jan-Krzysztof has burnt the clock a bit. Vincent completely in control of the opening and also the position that we see right now. After queen d7, he stops these knight jumps and also threatening to take on d5. Bishop d5 is a very big threat. I don't really see a good way for white to actually defend the pawn, but to move the knight from d4. Once again, but where is this knight going? You don't have knight f5, knight b5. If knight f3 is the best move that Jan-Krzysztof has, then we know that things have gone right for black in the opening.
Absolutely. Another way to defend would be to play something like rook d3, anticipating bishop d5 and preparing for the pin against the queen. But
I just want to admire this position for a bit. I mean, look at these pieces on the d file. You start with a pawn on d5, a knight on d4, rook on d3, queen on d2, rook on d1. This is quite a lineup we have.
Quite a design. But black is just not forced to take on d5 at any point, anytime soon.
You can always make a move like rook e8 here. Just take control of the e file, like you mentioned. Don't walk into a pin. Too many pieces on the d file there to grab the d5 pawn. Things absolutely in control for Vincent here. Up on the clock, position looking great. We'll come back to this. Let's continue looking at some of the other openings that have happened. And we've got Hari against Vidit. An interesting matchup, especially because just a few days ago, the two players were playing together in the European Club Cup for their team and had a phenomenal performance, won the gold there. On board 1 and board 2, it was Hari and Vidit.
Yeah, and Hari's been literally on a tournament winning spree after the Olympiad, Tania. After the Olympiad, he won, his team won the Polish League. His team won, I think, the Czech League. I'm not sure, but I counted 3, and the European Club Cup. He's been on a tournament winning spree. Oh, no, it was the Spanish League. Yeah, the Spanish League, the Polish League, and the European Club Cup. And Hari and Vidit have been teammates in at least 2 of these tournaments, the Olympiad as well as the European Club Cup. It started off as a Rogozin, straight up out of the opening. Hari playing a somewhat older line. In recent times, queen a4 check is much more in trend in this position. Bishop g5, h6, bishop into f6, queen into f6 was used to be trendy sometime before the lockdown. But it's still quite tricky. And this line with a3, short castle, rook c1. Black has a few different ways to equalize here, as far as I know. D takes c4, bishop c4, c5 is one of the most direct ways to do that. But it gets quite tricky D takes c5. With it, does not take back with the bishop, but instead waits to take back with the knight so that he can solve his development problems on the queen side, which is still undeveloped if you look at the live board. Short castle, knight takes c5, and now white does not allow bishop into c3. Goes knight b5 directly. Rook d8, queen c2, and this position is quite tricky for black. There are threats like a3 and b4 in the air. The knight on c5, the bishop on b4, they're just so awkwardly placed. Black has to be precise. Black has to solve the problem of development of these two pieces. And with it starts with bishop a5, just takes it out of the harm's way. a3, bishop b6, one problem solved. The bishop, dark square bishop safe. And probably he will follow it up with bishop d7 and bishop c6. But Hari still has a couple of moves to try and create some problems. Something like b4 comes to my mind, just disturbing this knight, forcing it to go to d7, so it's not easy to develop the queenside pieces.
So still a bit of pressure here on black, who needs to solve the development problems that you pointed out. Very nicely explained opening nuances there, Sri. We'll come back to this one and see. It's going to develop, but it's going to take a little bit of its own time. It's a bit of a strategic battle here. Meanwhile, let's jump over to Shak versus Eric Hansen. Shak, who probably has played one of the best games of the Champions Chess Tour so far in the previous round. And what do we have here? Still quite an exciting opening. I see f6 played. Maybe we can take it from the top and understand what's going on, because the current board as it is, the first move that comes to mind is bishop d3 attacking h7. But before we look into the details of this position, let's see how we got here.
Shak starting with d4 once again, Tania, and going for his tried and trusted Nimzo Indian, queen c2, which he also played against Magnus earlier. His third white in 4 games today. And after queen c2, as I mentioned, there are 2 main moves, d5 and short castle. The drawback of short castle, it allows e4, which is not such a disaster. There are some pretty interesting and topical lines after d5. But what Herrick played, d6, it kind of gives away the center for white. It just straight up refuses participation in the fight for the center. d6, and now Shak just taking advantage of that. e5 is a move which gains a lot of space. It fixes the pawn structure, keeps the black pawn on e6. d takes e5, d takes e5, knight f d7. Now knight f3 supports the pawn on e5, knight c6 attacking it, but Shak doesn't really need to pay attention to the undefended pawn. Not like he's in a mode anyway to defend.
I don't think he cares about pieces. If there's one thing we've learned today, he doesn't care about pieces.
Exactly. So he just goes a3, forcing the bishop to move away. Bishop f4, standard move. f6, and he didn't play bishop d3 here. He took e takes f6. But nevertheless, there is some damage to black's king side here. He does have some threats like knight g4, which can be neutralized in one move. And the other thing to take care of is the d4 square, which can be neutralized with rook to d1, preventing any knight d4. Aside from that, white can get some comfortable development and pressure on the e6 and h7 points.
Very interesting. It just looks like the kind of position that both sides have their own ideas and tricks. All these points that you're pointing out with bishop d3, hitting on h7, e6 weakness, the black knight can jump, f2 can be a weakness, the bishop on f4 hanging. Lots of small tactics in the air. White can potentially even start with bishop d3, but then you need to calculate lines like e5. By the way, bishop d3 on the board. And while I was saying this out loud, the first thing that came to my mind was, is e5 possible? Because white's king is still in the center. And I was going to say that you need to watch out for e5 and e4, just opening up this e file and targeting the king on e1.
e5 is certainly interesting, but I think white has bishop g5 here, just taking control of the e4 point.
Very nice. So e4 is not possible anymore, and this would kill the idea. So e5, bishop, by the way, e5 on the board.
Wow. Tania, you're just calling all the moves in this game.
I've literally called like one, but thanks, I'll take it.
Bishop d3, e5.
Bishop d3. Although I would have preferred it before e takes f6, but it was played after. Same idea though, chat. Same idea, targeting that h7 pawn. And now your move bishop g5. Will it be played? I kind of don't see an alternative because
bishop g5. There is also h6. Yeah, the line continues. And bishop h4. Can you even go g5? Or is it too much?
No, it's not too much because if you have to go bishop g3, then e4 can be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, this is one idea, and he's gone for bishop g5. There's also bishop g4 here, playing against the d4 square, you know, which was, as I mentioned, one of the important strategic points. With the bishop in the earlier position out here, without the pawn on e5, when we started with rook d1, the d4 square was well covered. But after bishop d3, it does get covered. So bishop g5, h6 played. And
I think bishop g4, you were always a little worried about giving that h7 pawn. And you need to calculate to make sure what's going on there. So h6 makes a lot of sense. And Shak not allowing that line with g5, which looks super dangerous, instead grabs on f6. But I kind of would be pleased with black with this outcome of this trade.
Absolutely. Pleased with black with the outcome of the trade as well as the outcome of the opening. But what's happening after knight e4? The problem is with the dark square bishop exchange, this d4 square is going to be a problem long term.
So do you I think you have to go queen e7. No, I don't see another move here.
Yeah, queen e7. And even after this, black has some really nice counterplay.
Can I just point out that if you go short castle, black will take rook f3. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it's just so tempting.
Absolutely.
And this is not something you want to allow in this position. All right, we'll see how this game develops, but so far we can conclude that Erik Hansen should be pleased with the opening outcome against Shak. Let's take a look at what is Magnus Carlsen up to against Aditya.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen against Aditya Mittal. This is the matchup between the world champion and the underdog of this tournament. But so far, it looks like Aditya is holding up quite well.
I mean, at first sight, like first visual of the game, it actually looks like black should be having the upper hand. Look at that knight on f4. It's a monstrous piece. Black has got two bishops. White has to trade one of them. Both of black's rooks are in the game. It looks like development has been on point. White's queen on h4, what are you even doing there? Feels like it's out of the game a little bit and might come into a little problem at some point. You still have to find a way to centralize it. I don't see an attack on the king side. I love black's position here.
Yeah, and white has a real problem with this knight on c3, Tania. There's just no good square for the knight. It's neutralized by this pawn on c6, so b5 and d5 is out. The e2 square is completely well guarded. So if we are looking at some kind of a line where there are these trades and white takes the pawn on e5 because the rook is stuck on d8. Now, first of all, there is this move g5, which wins the piece. And this just simply doesn't work. But even otherwise, yeah, so I think g5 is the move, which
I think g5 is just so strong. You can just sort of kill the line after g5 here.
Yeah. And in a position like this, in whichever position, you can improve all the other pieces, but there's just no good square for the knight to go to. Which is the problem. If you can bring this knight to e3 or something, you know, if you can just teleport the knight, then white's position will be so much better.
Yeah, but hard to imagine that happening anytime soon. I really like what Aditya's done out of the opening. We'll come back to this and see. Also, we see he's kept the clock under control. And Aditya is the youngest player in this event. He's playing against Magnus, not an easy opponent for anyone. Aditya with the black pieces, showing some impressive chess, not only in this game, but the entire day one of the preliminaries. All right, we will come back to this. Let's go over to the Anish Gukesh board. We haven't had a look at it in a while, and it's a really combative middle game here. Look at where white's pawns have reached, all the way down to the board with e5 and f6. And wait, how many pawns is that? That's okay. Pawns are equal. It's equal material, but I'm loving this e5, f6 pawn structure. The d5 pawn is weak. I know black has got these two bishops, and I see that our Evalbar seems to prefer Gukesh, but I would be a little worried with black here.
It's super complex, Tanya. I think like the earlier Shark Magnus game, the evaluation bar kind of goes out of the window for this game as well. But Gukesh just pointed out one very strong resource for black here. Once again, Gukesh, the resourceful guy. H4 with the idea of H3, creating some real pressure on this diagonal, this area.
Yeah, that actually...
Bishop E4, what a response.
Bishop E4, that's a stunning move. Just taking advantage of the pin, hitting on the D5 pawn. And I think if you go H3, you can actually collect that pawn. Knight D5 is a threat.
Is it though? Is there some H takes G2?
I don't know. This is such a mess. Let's take a look. So I take on H8.
Yeah, I take on H8. And now if you take on B6, black can even perhaps take on D1.
Queen D1. Wow. Okay, so Queen D1, Rook H1.
Yep.
What is going on here? Because there's Knight E1, then you take Rook E1. Because it's interesting. If
Knight E1, you can just take.
Oh,
you can just take with the bishop.
Yeah. And what if you start with Knight G1?
The same. I just take the queen first, and then I take.
keep forgetting about the queen hanging as well. I'm just thinking Rook G1. Yeah, you're right.
Understandable. After that Shark game,
giving up queens just doesn't feel like a big deal anymore.
Yeah, and H3 played on the board, Tanya. So we are some way into this variation. I'm not sure if you can take on D5 if this move H takes G2 is such a strong move. This is a crazy chaotic mess. Also, we need to first fundamentally look at what happens if you take this first and then take on D5. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure if black is obliged to.
Bishop F3 and Queen F5. Aren't you losing on the spot?
Yeah. It's just straightforward.
I mean, you just lose a piece, right?
Yes. White loses a piece here.
So G takes H3 is not an option then.
So it's quite tricky for Anish here, yeah.
Let's take a look at this Knight D5 line one more time. It's really interesting what you were pointing out. So Knight D5. Oh wow, and we're getting some ideas here. Tad is informing us. In fact, there's only one good move. Let's ask chat. Chat, apparently white has only one good move in the position. You're white. What would you play? High stress situation here. G takes H3, as you saw, doesn't work. So let's see what chat suggests here.
The chat. Are we allowed to give chat hints? Oh, they don't need it. Rishi is already with the best move here.
Yeah, and that is right. Rook takes H3 is the only way to continue. So you were right about that, Sri. This pawn needs to be gobbled up. You can't allow H takes G2, but the correct way to take it is Rook H3. And wow, that's going to be a stunner if Anish finds this.
Yeah, reminds me of this age-old chess saying about how passed pawns are criminals. They shouldn't be allowed to advance. And this makes a lot of sense. Also, you need to keep these pieces. They're just important. So if Anish needs a clue to find the right answer, he has to just remember his earlier game, his last round.
Wow. Okay. So H3, Anish having a deep think here. We will jump straight back. By the way, chat is informing us that Magnus is worse against Aditya. But I'm seeing the position that we have. Let's just quickly jump to that. And definitely it's not pleasant for Magnus. But I don't think it's all that bad anymore. There have been lots of trades. One, the king on G2, the pawn structure is horrible for white, but the king on G2 defends everything. The queen on H4 stops the black rook from coming to D8. So it's kind of doing a little bit of a job. Can always go queen G4. I have to say that this doesn't look super bad for white.
Completely agree. I think it's about equal because bad pawn structure compensated by control of the D5. And Aditya has to figure out a way to get his rook into the game. Rook E8, Rook E6 is one way, but white will always have some kind of queen D8 check. And if white has that extra tempo, these pawns can get endangered in the rook endgame. So I think it's about balanced.
And he goes for Rook E8, so always eyeing this rook left, trying to get it into an attack, but he needs to time it well. I also really like Aditya's move B5. Now, you know that you've got this weakness on the king side with these double pawns and this exposed king, but you want to create the concept of second weakness. And he decides to do that on the queen side. Magnus never wants to trade on b5 with ab5, ab5, because the a5 pawn can become super strong and dangerous and start marching.
Tania, Anish, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but Anish did take knight d5. We are seeing this line.
Oh, damn. This is going to be fire now. Knight takes d5 played, h takes g2. This is what Sri and I were looking at. Hits that rook. Okay, maybe we need to take a more serious look. And Anish definitely has got to have something in mind if he's gone for this variation.
But look at the evaluation bar. We were right in our evaluation that it doesn't work.
All right, so the eval bar confirms what you said, that h takes g2.
And it's that exact variation Gukesh is going to show us.
This is what we were calling our rook h8, rook h8. If he takes knight takes b6, your move, queen d1. Will we see another queen sack? Knight b6 on the board. Has it been played?
No, not yet, not yet.
But this is the line, and after queen d1, rook h1, we just couldn't find a move for white.
I think this has to be losing. You know, you just can't let the g2 pawn stay here. This is losing for white. Wow. After that win against Vidit, it looks like Vidit, it really jinxed Anish's tournament. At least on day one.
I'm just wondering what move can white play here. This is because black has a direct threat, right? You want to go either rook h1 or you're threatening to go g1. I'm trying to find a move for Anish. What does he have in mind? He's got 3 minutes on the clock.
But what was he thinking? Why did he? Oh, he's face farming, literally.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Something went majorly wrong in his. Okay, that's not an expression I can relate to.
It's so hard to come up with a move for white here. What did Anish have in mind when he took on d5? The way he is right now on camera, it looks like there was a miscalculation. Very possible that after knight takes
I think he just missed queen d1.
Yes, that's what I was about to say, Sri. It is possible that he missed this idea of queen d1 and rook h1.
Which is shocking because it was kind of the most natural move for black. With the pawn on g2, only the rook on d1 can prevent it from going to g1. The other one is the knight on f3, but we already have it under lock and key from the bishop on g4. So only the rook on d1 had to be taken care of.
You're not the only one who looks in who's shocked with the outcome of this of the sequence of moves of the past few moves that we've seen. Anish himself not able to make a move. It's kind of hard to find a move for white. That's the problem. Like, I'm still trying to think what's the alternative here. What can you play with white? I can't come up with a move.
Neither can I, but Anish has hardly 100 seconds remaining, so I'm guessing we'll see something from him. It's not going to be a move that will save white though. What a tough day for Anish though.
He did have that brilliant win against Vidit with bishop h6. That was a nice moment.
Absolutely. And somehow that just jinxed his tournament.
Yeah. So rook h8 down to a minute on the clock. It's Gukesh with almost 9 minutes, and he goes.
He takes knight b6.
Will Gukesh play queen d1, immediately blitz that, and rook h1 to follow, and this is game over for Anish Giri.
What a beautiful game by Gukesh though.
Beating
Anish with the black pieces, going for that kind of a combative opening. And he has started off with 3 draws here today, Tania. But already by the 3rd round, he was picking up speed. He had the better of the draw against Vidit, and Anish has resigned.
Just an amazing game by Gukesh there. h4, h3, not caring about those central pawns and going h takes g2, sacrificing the queen, pinning it at the end. Definitely a stunning game there by Gukesh to end the day on a high. 3 draws and a 1 win. Reasons to be quite pleased with the performance of day 1 of the preliminaries. We've still got some live action on. So, and as Anish continues to look where he went wrong in this opening with the white pieces getting into trouble so quickly, definitely not something we expect out of a player like Anish, who is usually super well prepared in his openings. Let's take a look at Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Vincent. Sorry, Sri, what were you saying?
Absolutely, Tanya. I mean, Anish is so well prepared, but Gukesh really took the fight to his territory, where Gukesh was at home, and beautiful, beautiful game. Meanwhile, yeah, the Duda Vincent game, where once again it looks like Black, another young player, is winning with Black.
Wow. All right. So what is happening here? That just looks like a whole bunch of extra pawns for Black, and especially the A pawns, which are quite down the board and can be super dangerous in the endgame, not to mention threats like knight c3. Okay, so the bishop on b7 is hanging, simply defends it, rook c7, not rushing, knight c3 always in the air. Watch out for the big threat. The bishop on a2 is essentially just trapped over there. If you go d6, Black picks up the pawn with knight d6. This is looking very big trouble for Jan-Krzysztof Duda with knight c3 and a3 coming in.
Yeah, something went majorly wrong for Duda in this game. I guess around this point, Tanya, when Black played b5, and here he went for e4, just ignoring the pawn on a4, going for this counterplay with e5, which would have worked great for White if he managed to get e5 on time. But he just went queen d6, Vincent just stopping any e5, and this move queen b4 was the killer move, forcing the trade of the queens, after which Jan-Krzysztof just his position with White collapsed, and we are in this endgame.
Amazing stuff. I really like rook c7, just keeping everything under control. And again, one of the positions where it's hard to come up with a move for White here. If you play something like knight b5, hitting that rook, Black has got rook to c2 coming in, hitting that bishop on a2, which once again just is out of squares.
Maybe, yeah, you can't even come back knight d4 because Black can just take this bishop, and after rook into b7, there's checkmate. The king has no escape.
All right, big trouble for Jan-Krzysztof Duda here. Vincent came out looking good in this endgame, but it's still, well, still he has to be precise for the next few moves. We've seen big turnarounds happen, so can't say anything yet, but things looking good here. Meanwhile, the Magnus Aditya battle continues, and I have to say that it looks like Magnus has made quite a bit of progress with his control over the light squares. Aditya has gone for the rook lift. The biggest problem in Magnus's position is that king on g2, and not to mention, well, the a pawn can be a little dangerous. So rook d8, rook e8.
And I don't know, with White, you would be looking to force a draw here. Yeah, I mean, you're a pawn down. The rooks are traded, so we go into the queen endgame. White has to take a draw with queen c8, I think. White has to, yeah, I think queen c8, you need threatening the c5 pawn or the perpetual with. I really don't see a way in which Magnus can be the one playing for a win here.
Magnus going for queen d5. He doesn't go for the immediate line because queen c8, queen c4 would force a draw, but perhaps Magnus still wants to play on. And queen d5, he is going to end up picking, well, if you go queen b4, you go queen f7, keeping all these ideas of the perpetual alive anyway. And if Magnus gets a chance to go f6, queen c5, he'll be pleased with that as well.
Yeah, as Black, if you want to make a draw, then I think you would protect the c5 pawn and push the a pawn. Because if you're in a situation where the a pawn is rolling and White doesn't have a passed pawn, you kind of have to take a draw with White. And once again, I don't really see a way to create something for White here in time. This pawn just rolls too fast, and the queen will protect the pawn from b2. He goes for queen b4, queen to f7 taken.
We're looking at this, and I think this is going to be exactly as you predicted, a4, and Magnus has nothing better to do than to go for the perpetual with queen f5. You can pick up the e5 pawn, but it's really not about picking up pawns because the a pawn is way too advanced. Let's say queen f5, king g8, queen e5. Black doesn't care, just goes a3.
Yeah, exactly. And then the queen comes to b2, and this pawn is too slow in getting towards e8.
It's been a phenomenal day for Aditya in his debut at the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, and a game against Magnus where he's been so smooth, not in any danger at all. I think it's incredibly impressive. Magnus goes for f4. Of course, Magnus doesn't want to make a draw here.
It's almost like he's overdoing it. F4, it's very ambitious. Wow, and Tad's saying that there is a brilliant move that Aditya has at this point. Queen b6, and the idea is to go queen g6, force a queen trade. The a pawn will be unstoppable. If Aditya finds queen b6, it is winning for black.
That would be incredible, Tania.
Has Magnus Carlsen just overpushed?
Wow.
But
that would be unbelievable.
After queen f6, he can still go f5. But the problem is after f5, you don't have a perpetual. You simply go a3. And there's no perpetual anymore.
Yeah. Also, what does white play for after queen b6 if he plays it?
Sri, do you think, Aditya, you're his coach. Do you think he's going to find queen b6?
He can if you tell him that there's something here.
He's gone for a3. And you know what? You can see Magnus, I think he spotted it. He spotted the danger of queen b6 and he's relieved that this was not played.
In this case, white probably should bail out, yeah? When you've just saved yourself from danger, you just don't want to flirt with danger again. That would be the normal thing to do. If it was me and I just survived, I would just want to come out of there alive.
Unbelievable. If you would have played queen b6, that would have been something.
Yeah, but I think it really, you really need some kind of prompt in that kind of a situation, Tania. Once again, it's totally against the run of play.
100.
F takes e5, and I think a2 would be played.
And now
do you think Magnus would go on with e6 here?
What? No ways. That is a bit much. I mean, you just queen, and I don't even say e7.
No, I start with queen f5 check.
Yeah, but then I just go king g8.
Yeah. e7.
Queen a8.
Queen e6 check.
And I'll have to go king h7 and trade. And
Yeah. And then white is a bit ahead with the pawn.
Are we going to see 4 queens on the board? Magnus is thinking about e6. You can just tell. He hasn't played queen f5 in a long time. He's not going to play it now.
Yeah, and the thing with e6 is is he risking a lot? Or maybe black just takes queen c4 and... No, even then there's queen f5 check and e7, the same idea. But now the queen... Yeah. Yeah, so, okay. And now he goes queen f5 check, just to prove us wrong. Or maybe queen f5 check first and then e6. He's not going to repeat. But queen f5 check, the king moves, and now e6.
Also, Aditya needs to spend some time to really, because it's always an uncomfortable decision, right? Whether you go king g8 or you go king h8. It's not a hand decision you can make. Because he can sense that Magnus is eyeing e6.
Decisions are always uncomfortable.
That is true. In life as well.
Absolutely.
All right, well, Aditya's got to make one right now, and I won't be surprised if we see e6 on the board.
Neither would I. I mean, we were talking about all these kids who would do anything not to avoid a repetition, and Magnus was the starting point of all this. It was the starting point of the fighting chess that we see so much today.
Okay, what do you think, Sri? Does Magnus repeat or will he go e6?
If he doesn't find a way to lose after e6, he's going to go for it. And
that's actually nice.
With the information I have, I think he'll go for e6.
But with e6, a1, I mean, this was a bit uncomfortable, right? Like if you go, let's just see this line one more time. e6, a1, But here perhaps
He's gone for it. He's gone for it, Tania.
E6 on the board. E6 on the board. We're going to see 4 queens. What happens here? Let's take a look. So if Aditya queens with A1, then you can start with queen F7 check and go E7, no?
You can do that. This is also an option. I think it leads to
similar stuff.
No, but the thing is, yeah, it leads to similar stuff. But it pretty much leads to similar stuff. Because black can't go against white's king because white always has this intermezzo check. And after G6 as well, you have queen F7 check, kind of forcing the king here or distracting the queen from her checkmating duties. And after queen G7, there is E8 queen. So you can with white, you have options now. But also with black, A1 queen is not the only move. And he goes queen B7. Queen B7, queen E5, and maybe A1 queen now. Because it feels like Aditya really wants to just force a draw. So queen takes A1, queen E4 check. And then he takes on E6. That position should be a dead draw without the excitement of 4 queens.
That makes a lot of sense. That's actually a very practical decision. You simply take on E6. White's king is super exposed. C4 pawn is attacked. I like that as well. Instead of going into lines that you have to calculate with just a minute on the clock, 4 queens, anything can go wrong. I like queen
Also,
B7.
you can try something like queen E7 here. You know, you just block this pawn and you try for some queen F6, keeping some chances of winning alive.
But you always have queen A1, queen E6, queen A2 going into the same position.
Yeah, but now you're the one forcing draw, yeah? You're the one giving these checks.
This is more draw than the other one. And
He goes for it.
you. He listens to you. He's your student. He goes for queen E7. And watch out, queen G5 check is a bit of a trap here. So white needs to be a little careful with these threats. I am expecting Magnus to go for queen B2.
Yeah, he has to fold now, yeah?
It's time.
And he's gone for it.
What a game by Aditya.
Absolutely.
And he was the one, he kind of made it look easy with black, which is no easy task against Magnus. He was never in trouble out of the opening, kept it under control, created his chances. Even though the position was quite even, he went for B5, did that rook lift. But of course, it was far from being clear at any point. And now he just manages to keep things under control, and this will end in a draw.
Yep, this will end in a draw. There is really, I think, not much exciting anymore.
All right.
Or
so
a ways for white to create something.
So Jan-Krzysztof has lost his game against Vincent Kema. Anish Giri goes down to Gukesh in, well, an absolutely phenomenal game by Gukesh, that one. Powerful chess. Shak against Hansen ended in a draw. Let's get an update on the Hari Krishna Vidit board. It's an endgame.
And it's Hari. Who just played the pawn to B6 here, Tania, just as you were calling his name. And another very instructive endgame technique, I think. Just giving up the pawn so that the light square bishop has free squares. And there is still some work to do for white, though. Because with the rooks on, the Hari's pieces are quite dominated. And with this rook on, there is some real pressure here. There is some real pressure, which the evaluation bar cannot portray.
Well, it does give that Vidit is better, but again, this is just unpleasant to play with white. And on seconds to defend this position is not going to be easy. But if there's someone who can do this, it's Hari. We've been talking about how good he is at endgames, and he's been tested out in them quite a bit today. So going to be interesting to see if he can pull this one off.
Yeah, absolutely. But even for Hari, this is not going to be that easy because he can't just calculate his way out of this endgame. There is a long defense and he has less than a minute. I can't help but observe that Hari has been playing a bit slow today, compared to some of the other players. He's been getting into some real-time trouble. Once again, typical trap. Rook g2 would just run into checkmate after rook h6. He has to be careful of that. He keeps his rook on the other side, with it combining the mating threats and the threats to run down the c pawn. It's not yet a threat to run down the c pawn, but we will see him trying to get that into action.
No, it's a kind of game that you kind of play on forever with the black pieces. You just keep putting pressure. You don't trade off the rooks. You don't give that opportunity. But Hari also keeping things under control, not allowing Vidit to go c4. He's making sure that now, for example, after a move like rook h6, you have the option to offer a trade with rook h3 as well, activating your own rook. But this position might be tricky. I don't know if this is a draw after rook h3, king h3, king e3. Are you in time with everything?
I think white should be, because the pawn is not, black requires a couple of tempos to get the pawn to c4. That will allow the white king to run to d1.
True, true. All right, we'll see how this one proceeds. We still have action on some of the other boards. And let's get a quick update on the Niels versus David Anton. Another opposite color bishop endgame, by the way, and a fun one with equal pawns, 2 double pawns on the h file. But this looks definitely, wow, rook b3, rook h5, a lot of trades happening here, but this should just be a draw, no?
Yeah, I think so. This should just be a draw. Because all these pawns are falling off. I think this was a topsy-turvy game. Sorry, Tania?
No, I was just going to say, with this f2 pawn with rook b1, rook b2, it doesn't matter whether you take the d5 or the h4 pawn. Black will also end up picking up, well, at least one pawn.
Yeah, at least one pawn. And if you capture with the bishop, you usually save the h4 pawn. So if white takes this pawn first, then the rook will be attacked after bishop into f2. So it will probably end with equal material balance.
All right, and before we head back to the Hari Vidit game, let's get a quick update, Sri, from you on the Daniel versus Richard endgame. Also a rook pawn endgame, but again, black has got these two connected passers, but white has the f pawn, so that's under control. e5. So you want to activate your king after f takes e5. What Richard wants is to go king e6 and get king e5. Nice idea.
Indeed. Nice idea indeed. F takes e5, king e6. But white will probably now just take the h7 pawn. And I do predict all these pawns being traded in the end.
So it's safe to say that this is going to end in a draw?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely safe to bet on, because white doesn't really benefit from keeping the game going.
Right. Well, we are seeing these moves being played out, as you mentioned, h5 on the board, offering a pawn trade. This will end in a draw. So actually, it's the Hari Vidit game which is most likely to have a result. As we mentioned, even the Niels versus David Anton, this is going to end in a draw as well. Let's keep our eyes on this one. Both players under a minute. An opposite color bishop. Vidit has managed to get the king to assist the c-pawn advance. So is c4 a threat already? Can black play c4 right now? But there's bishop c4, so it's not really possible.
Yeah, c4, bishop c4. This is the problem, and this is Hari's defensive method. He's going to keep an eye on this e3 bishop all through. If the bishop moves away, Hari will just play rook d3 check, and it will mess up with black's coordination. So black is just not able to achieve his objectives. Now the king goes to the other side, but this hasn't really bothered Hari so much earlier as well.
Well,
so it looks like, yeah, but it looks like Hari has his defensive setup settled down. He realizes that there is not going to be a mate on this side because all these light squares cannot be controlled by black. The bishop on e2 preventing the black king from invading, and on the other side, yeah, he's always going to have these light squares to escape because black doesn't have a light square bishop. On the other side, the c4 pawn is also protected by the bishop. Now, I think even rook f3 check is a concrete way to fight out, because king e4, you have to think twice with bishop d3. Now the pawn really advances. I'm not sure if it's a draw. But
yeah, with your king stuck on h3 and white black getting king e2, king d2 there, no, that's not a trade you want.
Exactly. But you can just go back and hold this position.
It's just super important to not allow black to get c4 in. Once again, Hari's been so rock solid in his defense in this very difficult endgame. And it's much harder than it looks. I mean, Hari might make the defense look easy, but it's so easy for white to collapse here. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't know your defensive setup.
Completely agree with you, Tania. It's so easy to make a mistake with white here, especially with seconds. But Hari is totally at ease.
Totally at ease. And just to confirm that, how much at ease he is, he's brought his clock up to over a minute. And now it's Vidit who's down to less than 30 seconds. So Hari clearly gives the impression that he knows exactly what he's doing. He's figured it all out.
Yeah. Vidit once again going, he's just shuttling from this side to that side until now. But now with the bishop out on e5, c4 is still not a threat, by the way. Like some random move, c4. White can still play rook b5 check and bishop into c4. So he's just not able to advance on any of the sides, either on the queen side with the passed pawn, nor on the king side against checkmate possibilities.
All right, but now isn't he getting c4 in? Because bishop d4, so Hari still offering a rook trade, and you don't want to take after rook f3. You don't take bishop f3, allowing king c4, king b3 in, but instead you simply take, this would be very dangerous. I think after rook f3, you just take king f3 and you're safe and in time again. This would not be a problem. I don't think Vidit is going to trade.
Yeah, he refuses the trade politely. And for white, the key is to maintain this bishop here. You know, you don't want to give a check or something like that. You don't want to disturb your position. You have to maintain this bishop on this diagonal. Rook f5 check, bishop e5, and now king f3, bringing his king towards
He's going to play c4.
the defense.
Oh, he goes king d4. So still saying that, but this is progress by black, because I think he is trying to get c4 in, and I don't see how white is going to stop it. Also, king c3, king marching in to attack the a4 pawn. Regardless of what the eval bar says, Vidit has made progress in the position.
Completely agree with you. Vidit has certainly made progress, and there is no way for white to stop c4 now. Something like rook h5 would be met by rook f6 check. So now Vidit is getting c4 by force, and Hari maintaining this bishop. He will probably meet c4 with king e2. The king comes to the defense now.
c4 on the board and king e2. So no very dangerous check yet with the bishop.
Yeah. You have to be really sure, but white can hold a defensive setup like this on the light squares.
That's a nice setup you point out with the rook on d3 and the king on c2. And
he thought for a long time and he went rook g5, which is also understandable. I think for c3, he wants to start with the rook g4 check and then bring the king in.
No, but this is, we saw the eval bar not like this move. King e2, as you were pointing out, looked like a really nice idea, but there was something about it that Hari didn't like. Rook g5, it seems like Vidit has a moment to make actual progress here. What's the move? Do you go in with c3 or do you first give a check? Because rook f6, king e2, I kind of like that for white.
Yeah, I don't see a way, Tania. Rook f6 check, there is king e2. c3, there's rook g4 check. And the king has to go to c5. It really messes up the coordination. So stockfish sees something, but it's clearly not something obvious to the human eye.
Well, Vidit goes for c3.
Yeah, he goes for c3, but now this just messes up black's coordination.
Bishop f4, so not falling back with the king. And now, as you mentioned, the king comes to defend.
Yeah, and black's pieces are not free to create any further threats. He manages to free his king, but now this leaves the c3 pawn undefended. So white can hold a defensive setup on the light squares here, and black will not be able to disturb it. Exactly, rook g2. And here black will just have absolutely no way to make further progress because all of white's pieces are on the light squares, and black does not have anything that works on light squares, nor a knight that can give a check on d4 or b.
This would be a whole different endgame if there were knights involved in it. The big saving grace for white has been that it's been an opposite color bishop, but once again, that move b6 and believing that you need to give up that pawn and hold this position with this bishop on b5 was a very key moment. And that just showed some class defense there by Hari when he played b6.
Yes, absolutely. And now with the rook on e2, bishop on a6, this is a beautiful defensive setup. I love how strategically it holds, it just shows off some of the aspects of chess in its rawest form, the power of the bishops. And I think we are at an impasse. It's a fortress. There is really not going to be any more progress from it.
Well, he's tried his best, right? He's pretty much done everything and created his chances. But perhaps white just had enough resources, especially after getting this blockade on b5 and manages to hold it together. Rook e4 was a threat. So bishop e5 against that. Hari can give a check and come back with the rook.
Yes, and just hold steady. But that said, I'm wondering if you're going to see a 50-move marathon here,
Rook
How do you think Vidit looks tired, Tanya? He's playing at 1:30. For Hari, it's 10 o'clock. Do you feel the 1:30 phase from?
For the other four, all of them, it's pretty late. But I think the good thing for Vidit is that because he's played these events before, he kind of knows that that's an issue. And I remember him mentioning in interviews earlier that very often he would try to adapt his sleeping pattern a couple of days before the event. Also because he was perhaps out traveling, playing outside, where the time zone was similar to where Hari is. Maybe that might help him a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a very important factor. He's just back from the ECC just 4 days ago. And I have trouble sleeping before 4 since I came back from there. So I was perfectly warmed up for the CCT commentary today.
So rook h6 played. And also Vidit doesn't look very exhausted. I think he looks like, he looks like he's in control.
Yeah, he looks a bit unhappy though. Unhappy that he's not able to break through.
Is that a little smile on Vidit? No.
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 Yeah, again, white can just, I think, maintain with rook g2 here. This is what he goes for.
Really, Sri? I don't know why, but I get the feeling like Vidit is smiling slightly. But it could just be me. I might be wrong.
You might be able to read it better, Tanya.
I don't know. I could be wrong. Because
Although I must say that your attempt at reading minds today hasn't been quite successful.
I completely agree with you on that. So I'm not going to push this one as well. Rook e2 played. So is Vidit trying to get...
He's setting up rook h1, rook e4 check.
Oh, that is nasty because rook h1, rook c1 is something you don't want to allow. But rook h1, there's still king d5 or king d5. Then you've got
No, don't go king d5. You have to go king c5. King d5, there's still bishop b7 check and another
and then you give a
attack.
check with the rook and then you pick up the rook.
Yeah. So king c5 has to be done. Now rook, just give checks on these light squares. King b4 or rook b5 check would just lose this pawn. I don't think you would want to lose one out of the 2 pawns you have. So Vidit will try to maintain his king around this place, and now rook d5 check. Yeah, king d6, rook d5 check, push the king all the way back. He will probably, okay, he goes c6. And
Well, rook
now
c1 is
this
coming.
king will go to d3. Even after rook c1, the king will be at d3. So yeah, rook c1 check, king d3, and you can't play c2.
Because
You
of rook
can,
c8.
but rook c8 check. So
Correct. Just don't take on d2 directly because of rook d1, but rook c8 solves all problems.
yeah, after rook c8, I think white can even start trying to win. Because this a pawn will be alive. That would be a tragic blunder. With it going king c5, he's trying his best to create something. But even in this position, white manages to hold comfortably. And bishop e1 is an attempt to try and create some more chances. But now this rook and bishop will combine to create good counterplay.
I think we're going to see a bit of a marathon here. Vidit is not going to quit trying this position because there's no danger for him at all. And Hari still has to be on the defense for the rest of the as many moves as it is for the 50 move rule. So I'm expecting Vidit to continue playing and trying.
Yeah, me too. How many moves have we gone past after c3? It was on the 73rd move.
And where are we right now?
We are on 96, so it's just 23 moves.
Watch out. 23 moves for the 50 move rule. Until Vidit has to make a pawn move. But it's kind of hard to make pawn moves here. Rook c4 played, rook b2. So all white needs to make sure is that c2 is never possible. So he needs to maintain the rook here, but that shouldn't be too hard. I think one of the plans that Vidit can have is go bishop e1 and rook d2 check at the right time, where white is unable to capture on c3 because of a nice discovered check. So he can try and set that up.
Yeah, he should try and set that up. White can respond with having the bishop on e4. So even if black achieves that, the white king can just politely walk away. Or just nip it in the bud, yeah? Just don't even allow the bishop to move. This is actually far more effective. Rook e4 is much better technique.
No bishop e1. If c2, the d2 bishop is hanging. That pawn isn't going anywhere. Hari has found the ideal defensive setup.
Yeah, and Tania, although Hari hasn't had a great day, he has lost 2 games today. He drew 1, but he has shown some fantastic technique. Nevertheless, lot of things to learn from his games today. Just from the end games, even on a bad day, Hari continues to another pawn move. So reset the 50 move.
So whoever thought we had another 18 odd moves to go, now we're going to have another 50 moves to go, b5. And Hari having a think, it's kind of hard to imagine a5. He's definitely going to trade. He goes for it. You want to get rid of as many pawns as you can. Rook b5, bishop a6. Hari continues to play confidently and fast. Now with black's king on d6 and out of the game, it's very hard to imagine that Vidit will be able to get c2 in.
Yeah, I think b5 is a bit of a draw for move. Just don't play rook d4 here once again, out of a fatigue, because this would lose the game. But yeah, Hari is awake enough to.
And Vidit shaking his head there. And I think that's it, because now your rook is also not going to come into the game for a while. You can go rook a1, rook c1, but after king d3, you're not making any progress. And what white has done is make sure that it's very difficult for black to actually, he goes rook d5 now, to get his king to actually defend or assist the pawn.
Yeah, and they're just playing so fast now that neither of them are really trying to create something. It feels like they're just going through the motions, and this is a complete draw now.
So now he's got to
Vidit has to be careful with that discover attack.
king f2, or he's gone for king f2. Also with king e1, you have to watch out for rook f3. You know, can we just show that? Because I'm just wondering if you become is it just over for black?
It could be Tania.
Like rook f1 is just checkmate. So you always have to watch out for these ideas as well.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first mate in one missed by Vidit.
Ouch. So king e1 is not what you want to go, but with it, sharp as well goes king f2.
Yeah. E1 is a no-go zone. Just keep your king away from the last rank. It's a general advice as well. Keep your king away from the corners. Keep all your pieces away from the corners.
That's some great general chess advice. If you can centralize them, you centralize them. King e3 makes a lot of sense from that perspective. Bishop a4 played, threatening rook e8 and an immediate draw for Vidit says he's not ready to throw in the towel just yet. So declines it with rook h7, and now Hari is going to give a lot of checks. Again, that idea, right? If you go king f2, rook f8, king e1, bishop b5. And that would be disaster for black.
Yeah. So the king moves away. And
it's interesting that Hari could have actually taken on d2 and gone for this king and bishop versus rook, king and rook. But he thinks it's just, well, easier to play this instead.
Yeah, you don't want to suffer with the rook against the bishop, you know. It just psychologically feels psychologically feels like you're begging for a draw, to be honest, to put it raw. And I would so much prefer to keep the rooks on.
I mean, you kind of are, like, psychologically, figuratively, metaphorically, draw is all you want in this position.
Yeah, but the manner in which you make a draw, it just feels different, you know, with the rooks on. Like you pointed out, there was all these mate-in-one options. You always have to, but with a bishop, with a lone bishop, even if your opponent disconnects, you still can't win.
That is a good point. So Hari keeping all chances alive here. And it's sort of saying, I'll draw on my terms.
Exactly.
King d3 played, stepping out of any discovered checks. Both players have managed to catch up on the clock as well, get some time. So chat, what move are we on?
I don't know. I stopped counting because Vidit played this b5.
You lost hope.
Yeah, I lost hope. Vidit still does things with the energy of a junior, you know. He behaves with that energy. Not in an immature way, but with that kind of motivation and fire.
Yeah.
So
I completely agree with you. And the stamina that he has as well, and his approach. Anshika saying Hari not losing hope on Nashik's internet.
So the last move was the last pawn move was move 99, and now we are at 121. So it's 22 moves in. King c2. But you know, Tania, I myself been guilty of playing a lot of these rook versus rook endgames in online chess, especially when I was, you know, earlier having a better position, and then I get to this situation with rook versus rook. You just don't want to accept that it's going to be a draw.
I think that's a very important point, that you're also sort of playing more out of inertia than anything. You want to just keep playing, and you know, you pushed for so long. You're still hoping, you know, you have no dangers of losing at all. And you kind of want to try till the very end. Even though you know that it's not going to work out, you still haven't accepted it in your mind.
Yeah, and in a lot of situations, even if you can't see something happening directly, it makes sense to just keep things going. Like I remember Vidit saying in one of the earlier interviews that he was asked about this endgame where he didn't really have chances to win, but he kept playing. And he was like, unless you have a chance or a risk of losing, it doesn't make sense to end the game with a draw.
Well, now it looks very, very difficult for black to do anything, especially with the king cut off as well. How is black ever going to come back to the queen side to assist the pawn? Your bishop can't be free because of the pawn on c3, so it can't assist the black king from stepping over from the d file. A rook trade just ends the game on the spot. And with white's construction of bishop on b3, and let's say black gets rook c1 check, king d3, it's anyway not going to make any progress. Some bishop f4 there, rook f8 check. Black's going to go king e5 because king g5 is immediately draw after rook g8. And now does white have time to go bishop d3 here? He goes for
Bishop d2 back.
Bishop d2 back. And we were just talking about the king jumping over. With it's done it. I just said it's impossible to do it. And he's like, wait, I'll show you how it's done.
And white maintaining this light squares, yeah, the light square defense. Is this the position you're talking about, Tania, with the rook coming to c1?
Yeah, and I was just mentioning that how once the rook comes to c1, and well, now it's bishop d3 and king b3 set up, or with the bishop on b3 and king on d3, you basically just make sure that the pawn never gets to c2 anyway. It's the perfect defensive setup.
Yeah, the lack of a light square piece is really hurting. Imagine if this was bug house and you could just place a knight on d4 here. Imagine if it was a bug house or crazy house and you had a knight.
So bishop d2, king c2. Are we going to see a repetition finally?
I can't see anything from Vidit's face.
By the way, chat is pointing out lots of draws in this final round, and I think fatigue might have a role to play in that as well. Although it's been sort of fighting chess on every board, so it's hard to say as well. And it looks like this will end in a draw, which would mean only 2 decisive games with both wins with the black pieces, Gukesh and Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, Gukesh and Vincent Keymer also kind of winning in a similar style. Yeah, so we see a lot of patterns here. Maybe not similar styles. Gukesh's was more towards attacking the king. Vincent just took the pawns and promoted his passed pawn. So we saw the defensive construction with bishop d3 and king b3. Now I think it's king d3 and bishop b3.
Yeah, this is the other one that we were talking about. Just the king and the bishop jump around just to control the c2 square. And now, interesting enough, Hari's cut off black's king on the second rank. So again, Vidit has to find a way to jump across, and this one is going to be tough.
Challenge accepted from Vidit. Rook G, bishop e1. Just bishop a4 check, rook c6 is one way to keep things under control. But Vidit has managed to get the king out of c2. So he has made some progress. It's not all for nothing. Okay, rook e6. So rook d2 check, he just can take king into c3.
Oh, that's really nice, actually. Let's just point that out. That rook d2, you just go king c3. You don't care about a discovered check because the bishop is attacked. And rook e2 check, you move the king, and after rook e6, sure, you win a piece, but too little, too late.
Yeah, in chess, it's not enough to be a piece up if you don't have any pawns.
Sometimes it's not enough to be a rook and a knight and a bishop and a queen up.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Anish tweeted after the end of the 4th round.
Chat, tell us, do we have any interesting action on Twitter sphere?
Yeah, and the last 2 games must have really soared his spirit, yeah? Seems like the answer is no.
I think if even if he had a fun tweet in mind, After the way the day ended, I doubt we're going to see it.
That's a pity.
Our loss.
Of all people in the world, you just don't want Anish to be the one to have a bad day.
Yeah. You just don't want Anish to be the one to stop tweeting. By the way, we hear that only 10 more moves to go. And the game stops automatically. So no claims here. Once it's a 50-move rule has been reached, the computer stops the match.
Yeah. But Vidit is going to ensure that he's not the one to make the draw. Yeah? It has to be done by the computer. It has to be done by the
feeling that you gave it your all, which is really important. You know, you tried, you did everything. He did make progress. He did push the pawn. It wasn't enough in the end, but not because of lack of effort.
Absolutely. And it's also the last game of the day. So he might as well give his all. And he only has to go back and sleep. He doesn't have anything more to do for the day.
Wow, king b4, so trying to come in with the king, some last minute hustle there. And what happens here? So rook h2 is a bit of a threat. Now that you don't have
you can just play rook g2 and rook e2. If you just don't, if you just want to be professional. Yeah, there you go.
Hari is super professional. He doesn't take chances with rook b5, king a4, and having to find some kind of a defensive idea there, where you've got rook h2, threats coming in. Still might be, I mean, this might be actually tricky right now with rook h2.
Exactly. This is the kind of distractions you want to avoid in this position. Just stay with rook g2. It's like the COVID lockdown times, you know, for the rook. The rook has to stay on the second rank, no matter what the temptation is. Okay, there were some exceptions when the rook had to step out, but otherwise.
So what he's trying to get is rook to a1 and rook to a2.
Yeah, so Hari creates that space for the king.
But you have to be careful, because imagine if rook a1, rook a2, you go king d3, then I can take on g2. If it was like black's move here, let's make a move with the bishop, for example. And then suddenly rook a2 comes in, you trade, and king b3, and is this lost for white?
I think there should still be a way to hold, no? Bishop e... No, maybe not, because there is bishop e3 check.
Bishop c6, bishop a4 holds.
Ah, yeah,
nice.
Right. Nice.
Very nice stuff. Daniel saying that this is draw, Hari won't help mate with it. I completely agree. I don't.
That's actually a nice pun, yeah? Hari won't help his mate with it. Hari won't help mate with it.
Good stuff there. So actually this line might happen after rook a1 if Hari spots the bishop c6, bishop a4 idea all the way with just seconds on the clock. It's quite impressive.
But that's not the only way, no? There should be simpler methods like king d3.
Not the only way, but a pretty one.
Did Vidit fall asleep?
No, he's not fallen asleep. He's...
He hasn't made a move in like 2 minutes, yeah? I really hope he hasn't lost. Oh, yeah, bishop e3 played.
You were going to say lost this connection.
Yeah.
But
his video is fine.
Yeah, his video is fine. He needs to make sure he keeps his connection up for the next 5 moves.
Just 5 more moves, right?
Just 5 more moves, because we've already played like 5 million, Sri.
Rook g4. Now these players are back to seconds, Tania. Literally, they have given it their all.
3
all
seconds
their time as well.
Move. Oh my god, that was a bit scary. So king d3, what is
Can you play c2 now? Just, what do you do against c2? He's gone for it. He's gone for c2.
Yeah, but do you have rook g2?
Yeah, you have to just king b3.
Still tricky, yeah, because if you take on D...
Tania, the move count has again been reset.
And
Hari has to make a move. Hari has to make a move. He went down to 1 second there.
Oh my god, it's another 50 moves and C2 on the board. Hari moving with 1 second, but he's gone with the right check. Bishop C6 played. Unbelievable.
Once again, Vidit playing with just 3 seconds remaining.
Bishop A4, he's going to go King B2.
Now Bishop into C2 and it's a draw.
Bishop C2 and that is it. Wow, what a game. I mean, you could really tell that both these players gave it all. Absolutely gave it their 100%. Vidit to try to create something, Hari to keep the balance. And in the end, the game ends in a draw. What a fight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What an amazing fight.
And we can see that Hari definitely relieved. Vidit knows that he did the maximum he could. Definitely a toll on stamina here. Just one can feel just the exhaustion the two players would have felt after this game. I couldn't agree more. Lots of GGs in the chat.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Tania. You can literally feel it because I got tired just watching the endgame, the last few minutes.
That was, and it was, and when he went C2, I thought we were going to have another 50 move round, another 50 move marathon. But then Hari finding this Bishop A4 and Bishop C2 idea. But such a fighter, both of these players.
And Vidit had a relatively good day. 3 blacks out of 4, but he lost just that one game against Anish, one of his off games. There we have the standings. The World Rapid champion out there with a dominant lead at the end of day 1 with 10 points. Magnus Carlsen starting with a loss, but he came back. And with that last round draw against Aditya Mittal, leads a pack of people at 7 points, along with Shaq, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Vincent Kiemer, and Richard Rapport. And then we have some kind of an Indian middle order, yeah? 7 to 10, Gukesh, Arjun, Vidit, and Aditya. Gukesh scoring 2.5 out of 4, but with 3 draws and 1 win, he has only 6 points. Arjun having a bit of a mixed day, losing against Vidit, winning against Hari. Vidit also having a mixed day, winning against Arjun, losing against Anish. And what a day, what a start for Aditya Mittal.
Just amazing chess throughout. We saw such great resourcefulness, defensive technique, attacks, strategic play, time scrambles, everything that we could have asked for. And this is where we stand with our standings going into day 2. Sri, it's been so much fun with the kind of chess that we had today. And a big shout out to chat as well, joining us and chilling with us in this day 1 of the Aimchess Rapid. Lots of fun. And as you said, a fantastic day of chess. Your final thoughts before we wrap up?
My final thoughts, just Shaq OP for that 1 billion game. And I think that just stole all the attention for today.
I completely agree with you. I think, you know how they have a man of the match? I think the man of the day would definitely be Shakhriyar for that brilliant win. Every single piece that can be sacrificed was sacrificed on the board, and eventually winning it in great style. Definitely a game to remember. Chat, it's been super fun doing this. Tomorrow, it will be Peter Lecco and Danny King joining you. Sri, a blast doing this with you. As always, it's a good night from us.
Absolutely, Tania. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzle pack. Enjoy solving.